the second day of the online teaching summit from EFL Magazine. So great, I'm really delighted that so many of you could come back for the second round today, and we've got a lineup of some really great speakers. I just want to draw your attention first to who we have. And we don't have Chuck first, we actually have Sylvia. So Sylvia Guinan will be speaking first, and Chuck will be speaking in Sylvia's place. So I just want to mention as well some of the sponsors for the event, The Edge, which you can see later. I will be posting some more information about The Edge. It's a system for recording your students and analyzing data, integrating technology from Dr. Nelly Deutsch, who's kindly looking after everything here today, and Gallery Teachers with Gallery Teachers and ITDI Pro as well, and Chuck. And I'll be talking to Chuck a little later about ITDI. What he's doing. So we've got a pretty packed program today, and I'm really looking forward to it. Just a couple of things before we start, and one of them is that the sessions will be recorded. They will be available afterwards to view, so we might just edit a little bit, but they should be ready to go. And I'll send a mail to everybody when they're ready, so you can have them. Also, if you want to ask questions, please do, and try to keep some of them to the end, but some speakers may like to answer the questions on the go. But if you've asked something, it hasn't been answered during the presentation, you can ask it again at the end. I'm sure we'll get around to it. What about certificates? Let me come back to you about that one, Lilia. I know Mohammed asked me the same question last night, so I haven't done anything about that yet, but I will be contacting people about that. So also, if you're having some problems or any problems with your connection, just log out and log back in again, or clear your cache on the computer. So that's couple of things that we can do to deal with problems we have or might have. So we're almost ready to go. CCleaner, yes, Nelly, yes, that's a good idea. We're almost ready to go, and I have the pleasure of presenting Sylvia. If Sylvia is there, I know she's in. Yes, thanks, Rob, for that. This is just a little rundown on what you choose the settings, move the slider, and you're good to go. And just one more thing here before I chat to Sylvia. And yes, to improve your experience, close down everything, Skype, Facebook, etc. Leave the room and come back in. Try a different browser. When all else fails, clear your cache or turn off your computer and start again. Great. Hi, Sunny. Nice to see you all. And hello, Sylvia.
Hello, hi Philip, and hello everybody, and thank you for coming here on Sunday afternoon. I hope you can hear me loud and clear, but not too loud.
Anyway.
So if you'd like to give me a thumbs
loud
up
and clear. You're in Greece, is it at the moment?
Yes, I'm based in Greece. I live on the Greek island, but this weekend I travelled to one of the main cities, Thessaloniki, for a Christmas kind of conference event. So we were speaking last night. We had a party, and I'm still in the hotel for this. So I'm excited to be here.
So
how long have I got to speak? Is it 45
Well, if you want, I mean, you can have 45 minutes. We can chat a little bit beforehand, just maybe 5 minutes.
Should I go
45 minutes, and then what we're thinking is maybe 10 minutes at the end. If people have questions, you know,
Okay.
they can ask you
Yeah.
at the end. So that's what we were thinking. So, is that okay with you, Sylvia? Okay, great. Yes, so you got a few mentions last night from Jason, and I
Yes,
didn't actually know
perfect.
that
Good
you
plan.
were responsible for getting Jason online. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. I decided to teach online when my twins were babies, and Facebook was the place I went to connect with teachers and learners. So I had a couple of groups going, and during that time I was also teaching local children and my own children, and I was following Fluency MC on YouTube and using his Stick Stuck Stuck song with all of my students. And then one day he came into my Facebook group, but I didn't know who he was. I didn't know he was the Fluency MC. So that was an interesting meeting, and we've collaborated very, very closely ever
Great,
since.
great, great.
And
I won't keep you
yeah,
long
I was
here, but
inspired
just
by his
one
kind of
question:
rap
how did you get
poetry style
online as
communication,
a teacher
and he was
first?
interested in my
Why did you
technology
decide
work,
to start
so
teaching
we joined
online,
forces,
and
and
maybe some of the
here we are
challenges?
today, going strong.
Exactly.
How did I start out? Oh, I'll tell you exactly why. I still remember the hour and the moment. Um,
Sylvia,
so I have four children.
frozen
When my
there.
twins
Okay.
were born, I stopped teaching for a couple of years. But I still remember one day I was sitting on the floor in my living room with nappies all over the place and trying to change two babies at the same time and thinking to myself, I'll never work again. And I had a newspaper, a teaching newspaper they published in Athens, and there was a little ad saying something about online teaching, and that was in 2009. And I just got this, eureka moment. Oh my God, I can teach at home, I can teach online and teach around the world, because I wanted to be able to teach when my children are in school, because most teachers in Greece have to teach in the
Okay,
evening and they
great.
don't get to be with their children.
Sylvia, just
So
before I
now
let you go,
I
actually,
work
I know
online
there's
in
a
the
few
mornings and I'm
italki
free with my
teachers
children
here.
in
I
the
know
evening.
italki.
So I think it's a message
Speaking to them
mostly
before the
to
event, and
women
they
everywhere, our
kindly share
fathers
the
who
event
stay
with
at
all their
home,
teachers. So
that
a special
there's so much
shout
we
out
can
to
do
all the
ourselves
italki
by
teachers, and some of
um,
them are
bringing
teaching
our work
French and
online if we want to
Dutch
stay at home
and
with our children.
English, of course, and Chinese. So hi to them. So Sylvia, please go ahead, and I'll talk to you afterwards. Good luck.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so um, my contribution towards teaching online for this conference is to show you how I think and how I design my PowerPoint presentations or other kinds of presentations. Because although PowerPoint is the main tool that we use, especially for a virtual classroom, there are other great tools out there that help us to be more creative and to make our content more interesting for students. Now, I have created many presentations over the years, and my work changes and evolves over time. I experiment a lot, and I also read design books and check out what other professionals are doing. The main message today will be less text and more imagery, and that's not just for it to look more interesting, but it's also because students can relate to the content better, remember it better, and there are many psychological principles behind the whole combination of text and imagery. So here's my front slide. Tell me a story. So in business and in teaching, they biggest concept for any of us to take on is that we have to forget about just delivering information and instead train ourselves to frame our message within some kind of a storyline. Okay? Now, there are different kinds of stories. If you want to teach business or some kind of really high-tech, geeky topic, it doesn't mean you cannot tell a story. Okay? It doesn't have to be Goldilocks on the Three Bears. It just means that whatever you teach can be framed within a bigger picture of imagery, and where students know where the lesson is going, where the course is going, and they know why it is relevant. And we can be dramatic in showing our content. Now, I think one reason why most people stick to text and conformity is because they are afraid to bring their personalities into their work, and they might be afraid of looking too outlandish or not professional enough. But we are in the business of engaging students. Teachers are engaging an audience when we create presentations. So the more outlandish, the better. The more personality and emotional impact, the better. So throw away all your inhibitions and just listen to a few little tips I've picked up along the way. So one thing about combining imagery and text is that they say, firstly, the message can get across in seconds to whoever looks at the screen, okay? Whereas if you have a lot of text and paragraphs, they might as well just buy a book or open up a document. So we're moving away from documents and thinking show, not tell, and kind of TV style multimedia. Okay, so when you look at this slide here, you see that I'm talking about stories, but you also see on different pieces of the Lego, I'm talking not just about PowerPoint, I'm talking about comics, videos, storyboards, posters, mind maps, and infographics. I will show you some examples of those today. These are different types of multimedia and different combinations of image and text that can make your content colorful, brain-friendly, and engaging. Okay, so let's go on. Now, so it's about mapping content onto slides. So you are all teachers. You all teach different subjects, different languages. You know what you want to teach. You know your subject matter. But all of this knowledge that we have in our heads, you know, could just be translated onto sheets and sheets of never-ending rolls of paper. But how can we transfer this to our students and keep them interested and keep them engaged? We've got to train ourselves to absolutely translate all of those reams and reams and reams of text and information into something visible and concise. Okay? So you're transferring reams of text and information into a new format. Okay? So a good thing to do is keep some space on your slides and don't clutter it up. Okay? And then try to give information in short, little sentences that can summarize your whole message. Now, the point is, even if we are teaching complex subjects, we can link texts, documents, or books into our presentations. Okay, we can hyperlink everything, or we can add extra work on the learning management systems on Google Documents or whatever you are using, but not on the slideshow. I mean, don't show all of that information on the slideshow. You just arouse their imagination and then they go off and search and read on their own, okay? Now, I'm one of the most avid readers I know. I love books, I love text, and I love reading, but there's a time and a place for everything, and presentations is not the place for text and reading, okay? Now, how do you translate all of your text onto a slide? Well, I've got three little synopsis points here, and you should also put your lessons out like this in three little points on the slide so you don't have too much text. So first of all, it's good to create your storyline and then build the slides, because if you build the slides first, then it might get too complex and you'll get stuck in a rut. Okay? And balance your text with imagery, and don't be afraid of the white space. The white space helps your students to focus on whatever the core message is, okay, on your slide. Now, So you do need to plan, of course, because it's not easy to take all this junk out of your head, all the information, and just splash it out there for your students. So there are many fun ways to brainstorm what you want to show, okay? And then you get used to visualizing, okay? So whatever the abstract concept might be, you just try to picture how it could be represented, okay? And beyond that, then before you actually fill out all the slides, it's good to have a color scheme and choose your fonts so that the whole presentation is uniform and not too confusing, because while we want to move away from text, we don't want to be too cluttered and too bright and too showy, okay? Because then you would lose a professional touch, okay? So I'm going to show you different ways to brainstorm. Okay, before I do that, I've got a little bit more information here. So the reason why we combine imagery and text is that it relays a powerful message in seconds, which I said before. How you can do it is either by adding images to your PowerPoint like I have here, and by using photographs, graphs. PowerPoint allows you to add lots of different graphs. You can also copy comics that you've made and turn them into images and put them on your PowerPoint. You can create infographics and copy those onto your PowerPoint. I have a tool called Jing, which I use often to take screenshots of my work, and I copy them onto my PowerPoint. So that's how you get to create the visual look, okay? Mind maps are extremely popular, powerful and engaging, and you'll see an example of that later, okay? Also, I create the mind maps on the mind mapping application, then I just take a screenshot and upload the photograph to PowerPoint. That's as easy as it can be, and this is called a brain-friendly design. It's brain-friendly because it appeals to the emotions and to the intellect at the same time. It makes the students feel engaged, but it's just easy to understand in one look, okay, without making people concentrate too much or get bored or get frustrated. So we want to have zero frustration, but a lot of motivation and curiosity. Okay, now I came across this title today. I thought of it today. Fun Design is Your Inner Child. And this is because yesterday I was making a presentation about friendship for Christmas and how we can teach our students to learn through friendship. And some of the teachers had their children at the presentation, and one child was only 6 years old, I think. And I was talking to the little boy and his mother said that, I was saying it's quite difficult to have your children at the presentation. And she said that her son was very happy sitting there because there were so many comics and pictures in my presentation. So I was speaking to teachers about psychology making a difference and social learning. And this little boy was looking at my Matchstick Men and my comics, and he was learning in his own way from a presentation I had created for teachers. So when you've got visual design mixed with text, it can reach different people on different levels, but it's all about fun. So for me, when I do PowerPoint or design, it is kind of like fun. It's like having out my coloring book, and I don't stress myself about academia or whatever. I read what I read, I know what I know, and then I have fun in translating that onto the screen, onto the PowerPoint. Okay, so the real key to producing emotive, visual presentations is to have fun doing it, but that requires a lot of experimentation and throwing away your inhibitions. Okay, so anyway, fonts make a difference. So if you choose what kind of font you want to use, you choose what size to have it. Okay, sizes and colors all make a difference. So I've got those 3 points here. In all of my presentations, there are different kinds of fonts, different colors and different sizes. So whether your text is big or small, and how it relates to the size of the image you're using, or how it relates to your core message. It's all connected, and it all makes a difference. So if I had all of these points just very plain and very small, you would not get the message so quickly. But now you can see clearly that fonts are important. You might be wondering what difference a colour makes, but you can feel a difference a colour makes by looking at it, and there's a lot of psychology behind that. And size definitely matches, because size brings perspective. Okay, if you want to zoom in on something, you make it bigger. If you want to move away from it or make it seem less important than something else, then you can make it smaller. Okay, you decide what impact you want to create using fonts, color, and size. Now, where do you get brain-friendly designs? I make up these designs myself, but I also use another tool in combination with PowerPoint called Prezi. I'm going to show you later, and I'm going to tell you how I create all of the images. Okay, so a lot of them are just images you get from Google, but you have to make sure that they're copyright free. Okay, if you don't know how to do that, I can tell you at the end of PowerPoint, or at the end of the presentation. And I've also written an article. So actually, this visual presentation is a little synopsis of a larger article I have written for the EFL magazine. So you'll be able to read the article when it's published and get deeper into what's behind all of this. Okay, now, why are these things important again? Well, the perspective creates impact, contrast creates clout. Now, you want to influence, you want to teach, you want to attract your students, so you need impact, you need clout. Clout is when you stand out and what you say counts, and people trust you, they believe in you, they believe in your work. You have influence, and that's what clout is. Okay, now as for psychology, color can persuade and sway how people think, change what they do, and can cause reactions. So it's very interesting to play around with color on your slides. Okay, and okay, if you combine those three elements above, what you are actually doing is bypassing the intellect of the student and entering the hearts of your students or your audience. So if you appeal only to the logical part of someone's mind, they will forget you and forget your work very quickly. Okay? If you can bypass that, they're going to learn much, much more. Okay? And that's kind of part of my brain-friendly philosophy of teaching. Okay, now, so I've just added this fun picture I made from a comic strip. Sylvia can be very persuasive. Okay, it's just to show you that with imagery and with some fun, with some impact, and not being afraid to look silly, you really do have more influence and persuade people more. And I think this picture says it all when it comes to influence. Okay, it's kind of funny, kind of silly, but we get the message very quickly. Now, less is more. As we get creative, as we have so many ideas, we are tempted to put everything out onto the screen. We're tempted to show off everything we know. But we have to enter the minds of our students or our audience, our clients, or whoever we are trying to reach, and realize that they cannot take it all in at once. Okay? And we need to give them some space to pick up the core concepts before they study and explore more deeply. Okay, so a cluttered screen can give you a headache, be really confusing. It's bad for your eyes, bad for your brain, and definitely bad for learning. Okay, so it's good to have three main points on the slide and then a little picture. Okay, so I call this build, refine, and strip. Okay, and so this is the naked teacher blushing a little bit, throwing away his case, but throwing caution to the wind at the same time, and covering up some parts not to be revealed yet. So anyway, build. This is when you build up your story, how you're going to teach your lesson. Okay, where there might be some characters in the lesson, there might be some drama, but you're still giving information in a more compelling way. After you build a story, then you have to design your slides, and then you decide to refine. What do you keep? What do you show and what do you throw away? And this is a difficult part because you want to share everything, but you've got to be strict with yourself and only show the most important things and keep the rest for documents or later study. That's why the third point is strip, because you've got to remove excess. Okay, excess ideas, excess text. Okay, and when you strip away the excess, you've got the essence of what you were trying to teach. And slideshows and presentations are all about essence. Okay, people want to pick up the importance of what you're sharing and then do further research or further study. Now, also it occurred to me that it's good to think like a journalist, because a good journalist always has a good headline. Okay, so designing presentations is like summarizing your vast knowledge into headlines. Okay, right, and I've got these points again in 3 stages. So if you produce a headline and try to create an image that's a bit like a magazine, then you can show the bigger picture of the core message of your lesson or your course. Okay, so now so my picture here is a mind map. Okay, now I copied this mind map from the other tool I'm going to show you called Prezi. Right, now this mind map, it shows us a global scale image. Okay, that could represent global thinking, it could represent global networks from your business, it could represent anything you want. Now I made this for a different presentation, but I think it's relevant for today, because as you plan your presentations or plan your courses, we do all of this. We use mind mapping to brainstorm, we make associations between image and text, we focus on the core message, and doing this we're producing and we are taking out important bits of information from our reservoirs of experience, and this is proactive. Using pre-published textbooks is not proactive. Okay, so by designing your presentations, you're also redesigning your own mind and your own self as a teacher. Okay, so this is actually quite deep if you think about all the levels on which a map can work and all the levels on which the bigger picture can frame everything you want to teach or share. So, just to remember, here it's a little visual of how you go about making your presentation. So now this visual, as you can see, they're just little notes with words and icons. So you don't always need a photograph of something. Icons are very effective. Okay, now, so brainstorm, refine your concept, and then make your design. Now my brainstorm turned upside down by accident, but I decided to leave it like that for many reasons. One reason is that when we brainstorm, we're no longer thinking in a linear, logical fashion. Our mind is going all over the place. It's lateral thinking, and we never know what kind of idea is going to come. And when you indulge in haphazard thinking, then you refine the concept, and then you've got something unique. Okay? Now I'm going to show you examples of how these storylines are already available. Okay? Now a lot of my presentations are created from Prezi. So Prezi is like PowerPoint. It's a presentation tool, and it's used a lot in business circles and also in education. It's different from Prezi from PowerPoint, because PowerPoint is linear, one slide after another, whereas Prezi is like a big blank canvas. But they also give you visual storylines, right? So if you went to my slideshow, you'd see lots of these kinds of images. That's the one I showed you a minute ago. Lots of these kinds of images on my PowerPoint, and you may have wondered where I got them from. Okay, I got them from here, they're templates. Okay, now, if you go to the Prezi website after this presentation, you can click on all of these templates and learn how Prezi works. It works mostly through dragging, dropping, and resizing. Now, we spoke before about size and perspective. So Prezi is also different from PowerPoint because you're able to drag an image and make it really big, and then you can zoom in on a smaller detail and add another smaller image, and basically the whole presentation can zoom in and out in a kind of a 3D effect, and you highlight with size and perspective what you want to show your students. Now, I tried to recreate that on PowerPoint by using these templates and by resizing pictures the way PowerPoint allows us to do it. Okay, so these are examples of many templates. And I'm moving on to another slide here. Now, I just took this screenshot from the Prezi website because these are featured presentations that they like to showcase. Now, because it's a kind of a screencast from the website, it looks a little bit blurry here and you can't see the impact. But if you explore the website, you will be able to find a page that shows best presentations, and look at all of these and see what they do with their images and what they do with their text, how they zoom and how they frame the story. Okay? And I'll just show you a couple of examples from my previous presentations. This is one of my favorite templates from Prezi, okay, because it's like a journey, and I've made lots of different presentations where I put photographs in here. Like I have one presentation that shows photographs of my online teaching career that I did for a blogging festival. Okay, so now I have put large text inside this overall big picture. Okay, and I think it looks good. Okay, and it shows that's just me as a teacher, and this is my vision of how I like to present. Okay, there's so many combinations of what you can do. Now, this is another image from Prezi. So, for example, you can use metaphor to show your whole lesson. Okay, so metaphor is the storyline I was telling you about. So using the tree as a metaphor, I used this in a different presentation about social intelligence for teenagers. So these were for a different presentation, principles, confidence and resilience, but again, they're kind of globally relevant to whatever presentation I'm talking about, because we're talking about design principles, the confidence to throw away excessive academia and bring out our inner child, okay? And resilience could be helping our students to keep going with their work without getting burnt out, for us to continue creating without getting burnt out, okay? So all of these metaphors and images give you inspiration to take your lessons and your courses to places you wouldn't have imagined otherwise. So I believe in using tools that are available and not reinventing the wheel. Now, this is an example of a mind map. Once again, it was created for a different purpose and a different presentation, but it's very relevant to designing presentations because it's about principles. Now, these are different kinds of principles, psychological principles, based on the concept of beginning with the end in mind. So if you remember the beginning of the presentation, I said, first brainstorm and create a storyline before you design your slides. That's an example of beginning with the end in mind. You've got to have a vision. Now, good ways to brainstorm and develop your vision is through mind mapping your thoughts like this, or through doodling, scribbles, just a paper and pen, trying to visualize what you want your students to take away from your lesson or your course. Okay? Now, if I'm going to look at this specific message on this mind map, it's everything I've said before. I think sharpening the saw is your brainstorming and creating your big picture and your vision. Being proactive is being courageous enough to allow yourself to be vulnerable in front of the online world or your students or anyone who looks at your website or your content, and being able to say, I will throw away my text, I'll bring my personality and my teaching vision into my work. My students, my clients, my audience, my network will know who I am through my lessons and through my work, what my teaching vision is, what my goals are, how I will relate to my students to bring out the best in students. Okay, and put first things first. Okay, not to plan. You can brainstorm in a haphazard way, but then when you refine the presentation, then you have it organized with 3 points per slide and pictures that are relevant and how they relate to each other within the space that you've got. Okay, some designers call that your real estate, the white space you've got on your PowerPoint slides or your Prezi or other tools. Okay, now think win-win is a psychological principle, but it's useful for us to say that we want to win as content designers, but we can design nothing without knowing what our students want. And I've written a paragraph about that in my article about presentations, that we are not teachers, we are not designers, we're not content creators if we don't first think about what students want and forget about what we think. Our thoughts are the least important. And I can't quote my whole article now, but I hope you'll read it later. Okay? And that's what we mean by seek first to understand. Understand your audience, your students, your clients, whoever they are. And then meet in the middle where your content and your imagery meets their motivation. And then you co-create the whole course together. So another principle I wrote about in my article is that these slides are not like printed books, static things. They are not static. They are just awakeners. And through your course, your students need to build upon whatever you put there. And that's why it's always good to have hyperlinks, learning management systems, and using the World Wide Web in your work. Showing your students how to create what you're creating and pick up on the principles, values, beliefs, and vision that you impart to them. Okay? So, and that's synergy when you do all that. Synergy with your students. Okay, I'm not sure how quickly I went through that, but it's a massive topic. I put much more in my article, but it's the kind of thing you could write books about or talk about forever. So it is a condensed version of all of this stuff in my mind, which I tried to map out quite simply and clearly with imagery and text. It's a work in progress. I experiment. I'm just sharing my experiments with you. And some ideas I've picked up from books or from experienced e-learning designers. I hope some of this will work for you, and thank you for listening. Fans, I submitted the article to EFL magazine, so whenever it's published, we can share it on the website, I suppose, or on social networks. Okay, so I'm here if you have any questions. Maybe I missed questions when I was speaking. Let me have a look. Oh, yes, okay. Now, it might be a good idea to follow me on SlideShare as well, because I've made other presentations about mind mapping and about tools. Before I answer the question, I'm going to see if I can get my SlideShare link, because the SlideShare link will answer a lot of questions, and it will also take you deeper into my rabbit hole of e-learning. Okay, the particular mind map here is called iMind. Okay, now iMind is the first original mind mapping tool that's most like the ones you create by hand in a more tactile situation. Okay, it's created by Tony Buzz and it's very, very famous. It's not free because it's just much more user-friendly and effective than the free mind maps. So some of my tools I pay for, but they're usually not very expensive tools. Okay, so I only paid €20 for this tool, and I have a license to use it forever on my desktop. I'm not sure how much it costs now. I bought this about 5 years ago. Okay, there are many, many free mind mapping tools, and I have featured them on my other presentations on SlideShare. Yes, Coggle is a free one. There's also MindMeister. There are lots and lots of free ones. I think Popplet is something similar. Yes, Poplet. Now, MindMaple is one more. Now, that's off the top of my head, okay? I'm still trying to log into my SlideShare account. Now, for other tools, I told you about the Prezi tool. Infographic tools, one is Pictochart. Now, I don't have all the links ready, but if you Google all of these, you'll find them. Pictochart is my favorite one for making infographics. Okay, I will go back here. So, this is the mind map. This is made by Prezi. This is made by Prezi. WizIQ made that for me, and I love it. Okay, Prezi. This is just PowerPoint, okay? When you start exploring PowerPoint, you see that there are lots of different tools for bringing in some graphics into your presentation. So that's PowerPoint. That's Prezi mixed with PowerPoint. So I combine PowerPoint and Prezi a lot, either by copying things over from PowerPoint or combining elements, and also we can import PowerPoint into a Prezi application, and I think vice versa. Well, Prezi, Mac. No, I think you'll have to ask Dr. Nelly or somebody who uses Mac, because I don't use the Mac, so I don't know. Now, for images, if there are any of you who haven't created content before, like I said, you go to Google Images, and there's a drop-down box that shows you what kind of license you need. So you go to Google Images, but you can't pick up any photographs because they have copyright. So you need to get images from Creative Commons, and you can also go to Flickr. That's one of many image sites. But if you go to Flickr and Creative Commons licenses, then you can use images. You often have to give credit to who the photographer is on your PowerPoint. Okay. Okay. Now this comic was made with Bitstrips. Bitstrips is a comic website, but there's also an app on Facebook. Okay. It's a Facebook app as well, and I often use the Facebook app for my presentations or for teaching students. Okay. These are just simple images that you can get from icons, PowerPoint, whatever. Images. It's what to do with the images that makes sense. I got this from Prezi as well. There's a template with Lego, and I just fell in love with that template. So if you do mix and match different templates, just make sure it all fits into the overall scheme, color scheme, and the style of your presentation. Okay. Let me see if you have any other questions. Oh, good, Philip. Yeah, I mean there are many photo websites indeed. I find most of the time I use Google Images and Flickr, but there are many more, and it takes time to find them. So it's good if we can all combine what we use. Okay, thank you, Eva. I'm just going back. Oh, let me see if I can get my SlideShare link here. Just a moment. Okay, here's my SlideShare link, and there are presentations about mind mapping and about comics, all kinds of multimedia tools. So, I mean, today I've shown you a static PowerPoint with just the principles of design, okay? But I work with a lot of multimedia, some of them shown here on the Legos, but I go very deeply into those. Yes, I have a website as well. I'll give you the link to my website. So I have to update my website for the new year because my working focus has completely changed. So you might find it a little bit out of date, but never mind, because I've got a lot of articles there that are timeless and relevant. Okay, I'm going to click onto the blog page of my website because the front page is out of date. Okay, this is my website. That's my personal website. I can give you my WizIQ blog website as well, because most of my work is there, which is why my own website needs to be updated. Okay, I'll just give you one more link where I write a lot about technology. And that'll be it from me, unless you have more questions. Just a moment. Thanks for your patience. The last link. I've got a lot of articles here. It's maybe even, well, I don't remember how many. There you go. Okay, so let me see. Have I missed any questions? Oh, what's wrong with the link, fans? Which link? Oh, my edit link. Oh, I'm sorry. One sec. How did that happen? Okay, I'm going to give you. Let me try again. This is my website again. There. There's no edit on that. Which one had an edit link? Oh, the SlideShare. Let me see. SlideShare. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Okay, home page. Okay. Now. Okay, this is the SlideShare link again. Sorry about that. So, all my PowerPoints and all my articles. Not all, most of them. Okay? Thank you for listening. It's a fascinating journey, and I just hope that when you do it, you'll have as much fun.
Hi, Sylvia.
Hi, Philip. So, did I time it okay?
Yes, that was great. Thanks very much for the presentation. Yeah, I hope everyone else learned as much as I did. I think some of the speakers said last night that it's kind of difficult to get around all these new words and acronyms, and Prezi was one of those things out there. People, it's simpler than people think. It's quite straightforward, but
Yeah,
these names
I like
are kind of
Prezi
whirling
because
around.
yeah, it's user friendly. I put a link in here. But if people want to have templates, I highly recommend or strongly recommend Prezi, because PowerPoint is more limited and it takes more time. I can have an image in seconds just by using Prezi.
Exactly. And
anyway, this is the Prezi link. Sorry for interrupting.
No problem. There's probably a little bit of a time delay, but I wanted to ask you a little bit, which people didn't touch on, I think, last night. I think a lot of the presentations were on business and teaching adults, but we didn't really touch on teaching children so much online. You know, what are the advantages of teaching children online? What are the challenges? I mean, is it harder to keep their attention, or is it easier because multimedia, they're naturally more attracted to moving images and
yeah, I think the answer is yes and no. That yeah, I think yes and no. It can be more difficult, but also easier. The easier aspect of it is that they are used to using their smartphones and their iPads and the internet. My children have creative groups where they make things with children all over the world. They communicate. They build things like on Minecraft and all that kind of stuff. So they've already got their own learning communities. It's also easier because children respond to these fun pictures, and I have much more extreme PowerPoints than this one today. This is one of my tame versions because I have full comic PowerPoints where I've turned myself into a character and all kinds of things like that. children respond to that kind of stuff, but mostly that children want to make their own stuff. So if you can teach students online and small children online, but they get them to make their own comics, get them to tell their own stories, with sites like Storybird, or any of these comic sites. I mean, if I just do stories and comics and some music, I think you can go such a long way with children. And I have a colleague here in Greece who has created a platform just for children. It's called Club EFL, and his platform has quizzes, and it brings in poetry, video, comics, and anything you want, where teachers and students, small children together, create their learning and their content.
In
so
groups or individually,
a very innovative
or
concept
from different
indeed.
locations?
Basically,
how does that work?
if we give them fun and let them play,
If you're teaching
that's
children,
the easy part, definitely.
The dynamics. Yeah.
Well, now, do you mean the specifics of having groups online from a technological perspective, or do you mean the dynamics of working in groups? Yeah, so Club EFL would be my example of where I've seen dynamics where they work in groups, because with Club EFL, it's a platform based in Greece, but also has some international teachers. But schools join the platform, and all their students are on the platform, but they communicate with children from other schools. And one child might make a video or write a blog article, and then everybody else will comment on their work. So, as with regard to synergy, collaboration, social learning, it works a bit like social networks and showing off, producing, and publishing.
Victor asked the question,
it's very, very
what do you do to keep their
It
attention?
doesn't have to be in real time, it's asynchronous. Okay, and this is something our children are already doing on their own with games like Minecraft, and where they have groups and they have their own forums and they create, share, and build and co-create new ideas, new worlds, and their target language. Okay. Yeah, well, you see, you can't talk at a child on the screen. Definitely not. So the best way to engage small children online is to have them creating. Okay, so now, of course, telling them stories is brilliant. You can keep their attention by telling them stories and having color and comics, but that will only last for a little while. What you need to do is keep them challenged and set little tasks for them. So in some ways you would have a good framework so you know what they're doing and where they're going, but then you have to let go and let their inspiration take them where they want to go. Like sometimes I have students who want to make a comic and they take out some new words and create something of their own.
Okay, and before I let you go, Sylvia, I just have you a word of advice for any new teachers or people?
We don't need
There's a lot of
keep their
people
attention
from
anymore.
last
Their
night in
attention
the
is somewhere in a very important place. They're inspired.
Thinking of
okay, so it's not like the classroom as such. We can't just hold or force attention on us. It's not about us. It's about interacting with the language and about being creative. Okay, that's an interesting picture. Thanks for that interesting link. Okay. Yeah, well, if there are teachers there who are thinking of working online, which I'm sure there are because it's the purpose of this whole event, I would say that first of all, be kind to yourself, challenge yourself, but don't overwhelm yourself, because there can be some steep learning curves, and if you get too perfectionist, you're going to get frustrated. Okay, so simplify your goals. Okay, maybe like I was saying, how you put 3 points on each slide in a PowerPoint. Maybe have 3 main goals and then little steps, little tiny goals along the way. Okay, you need to think about what you want to do. I mean, if you just want to start teaching, and if you find content that you're able to use, then do what you can the easy way. Don't reinvent the wheel. Okay.
Great,
But
Sylvia.
what I
Thank you
found
very
was
much
I
for your
spent one
time. I
searching for
know you're
content when my
busy. You're
children were
attending a
babies because I
conference
didn't
and
want to
you're
make my own. I
in
thought
a
I had no
hotel at the
time.
moment. So
And then one day I
great.
just said, this is crazy. I'm
If
spending hours
just one
searching. I just
reminder
make it
again,
myself. And it was
if
faster to do it on
if
my
people
own.
want to contact
Because
you,
you
what's the
can't
best
find
way?
something
Email,
that suited to
Facebook,
every student that you need.
LinkedIn, Twitter?
Okay?
Or
You will learn to create things very quickly. And like I said, shortcuts are using the templates from Prezi, knowing where to find your photographs, and a few of the user-friendly tools I use that I don't program or make codes. I'm not a geek. I use very simple things and just put them together. Okay, so yeah, the advice is take it easy. It might take time to build up your online business, so keep your main job and then slowly but surely you'll see where
they will.
should go.
I'll embed them somewhere.
Okay.
I've been researching that today, so I'll probably on the landing page where the videos will put the your profile and probably a slide share there as well. So that's what it is.
I can also give you my Facebook profile because I work on Facebook in the sense that everything I publish goes on Facebook.
Thanks
so
again,
whether
Sylvia.
It's a blog or a course or a webinar or an idea, anything at all.
Thanks very much. Cheers. Thanks. Bye.
That's where you find me quickly, or I put my email as well. Now, actually, I can put all of this on my PowerPoint
Sylvia,
later for SlideShare. So, Philip, will our PowerPoints go up on the website afterwards?
Now, I just want to come back here to... Here we go. And yeah, just to remind you today, next we have coming up in a few minutes, Jennifer England, and just want to mention the sponsors again, The Edge, Integrating Technology,
so I mean, I'm going to put
Gallery
more
Teachers,
hyperlinks onto the
ITDI,
PowerPoint and upload it on SlideShare.
Chuck
Which
a little bit later about ITDI.
Then I can
I know a
also
few
put
of you
my
have
details
messaged
in
me
the
with
email and the website and social media.
With
Okay?
freezing issues, but I think if you just leave the
thank
room
you so
and come
much.
back in, you should be fine.
Best of luck with all the other
if
talk.
you have any issues,
Bye.
send me a little
Bye.
reminder during the presentation. Jennifer, hello, Jennifer.
Hello,
I'm great.
Philip. How are you?
You're in Spain now.
Can you?
Is that right?
I am in Spain. I'm originally from Toronto, and I moved to Spain about 23 years ago.
And tell me a little bit about your online teaching experience and what's happening. I know you launched this new website a few months ago, English Laboratory website. It looks great. How's that going for you?
Thank you. That's going really great. I'm really happy with that project. That was getting the site up was a real turning point for me in terms of being able to service my clients
and I'm sure you if you're going to cover this in the conversation or in the presentation, please tell me. But how important is it to have a website when you're an online teacher?
Oh, it's like number one. You need a storefront. You need to have a presence online for people to find you. It's if you can do it yourself, if you're a programmer, then go ahead and do it. I'm going to talk a little bit about this more in the presentation. If you're not a programmer, I would recommend hiring somebody to do it for you. there are some great free platforms out there that help you make websites, like Wix, for example. I really like. I use it to do my landing pages. But like I said,
I think, yeah, just looking
I
at
mean,
Angie
make
there,
sure
I think it's WIX.
you do a really good job if you're going to use one of those
yeah, you'll be talking
sites,
yeah,
one of those
WIX,
platforms.
yes. And Sunny, will we have access to the PowerPoint of these lectures? Yes, they'll be available afterwards. And no problem, Sunny. You can
Yeah,
ask anything anytime.
WIX. Correct.
And great. So I'm really looking forward to this, Jennifer. Do you have any questions for me before you start, or about the summit? Yeah, it's going well. We've got a lot of inquiries, not just for the summit
Well, how are
live,
you
but I
holding
think
up, Philip?
many more people will view it afterwards. We did a lot of sign-ups, and people, they want to review the recordings. It's not always, times don't always suit everybody. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's great.
I know.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to make a live presentation, and I know there's like
well.
hundreds and hundreds of people signed up, which is absolutely amazing.
So yeah, I'd encourage everyone to keep asking those questions. And Jennifer, I won't detain you much longer. I look forward to talking to you after the presentation. So please go ahead. See you. Bye.
Okay, great. Okay, see you on the other side, Philip. Okay, bye. And thank you so much to the organizers and to the supporters of this summit. And especially thank you for tuning in to listen. You might want to take notes during this presentation in case any questions come up. I'm going to try and follow the chat area, but I don't know how many things I can do at the same time here. So I'll do my best. Like I said, take notes just in case I don't see you. And if we don't have time to get to all the questions at the end, I'll just type in my email address here as quickly as I can. Jennifer at english-laboratory.com. You can send me an email with your questions there. And hello, everybody saying hello. That's really nice. Hello, everybody. Okay, so let's just move on to the first slide. Okay, so I can see that the slides are a little bit off. Sorry about that. It's not a big problem. I think everybody will be able to understand everything. Before we get into all the details, I just wanted to let you know that you don't have to do everything yourself. Okay, because we're going to look at a lot of things today, and it may seem a little overwhelming, but it's not that, like I said, you don't have to do everything yourself. Actually, you know what? I'm just kind of curious. How many, put in the chat box how long you've been an online teacher if you are an online teacher. That would be kind of nice to know. 6 months, 5 months, haven't started yet. 4 years, 15 years, Vance. Great, 3 years, fantastic. Okay. Okay, so if you're going to do it yourself, I would highly recommend that you do it only as an expert. Like Evel Knievel used to say, don't try this at home, kids. And if you're not an expert, then do it only if you're willing to go out and get the training to become an expert. Otherwise, it's going to look like crap. And that's going to hurt your business, okay? An example of that were my old web pages, which I did myself. I'm not a programmer. I'm not a front-end designer, so they just didn't look good. They had no traction. If somebody accidentally happened to land on one of them, they just ran away as soon as they could. So what I did was I subcontracted out that job and got a programmer to program my site for me. Wonderful guy, Raul Truco. He was able to translate my vision into code. He was a magician. He is a magician for me. Now, I didn't have any money to pay him, so I paid him with my time. And by my time, I mean we exchanged his programming for my lessons. Okay, he was a client of mine. I guess he had pity on me because he saw my website at the time and saw how crappy it was, and he offered to do that for me, which was really nice. Thank you so much, Raul. I love you. And then, of course, you can do a combination of the two things. My marketing, for example, I'm not great at marketing, but I can't hire somebody. I don't have enough money to hire somebody to do all my marketing. So I consult somebody to give me the big picture, but then I do all the legwork myself. All right, so I don't have a social media manager or anything like that. I do that all myself. Okay. Okay, so here are some of the elements involved in online teaching. They're not in any particular order. And we're going to take a fairly detailed look at each one of them as we go through this presentation. And I'll just line them off quickly. There's teaching, administrative, human resources, passive income, method, marketing, IT, and mastermind groups. Oh, and somebody's been volunteering since February. That's wonderful. That's so nice to hear. Where have you been volunteering, Sabrina? Okay, so we'll start with method, just to start someplace. This is sort of a chicken and the egg story, what comes first, the method or the teaching. In my case, the teaching came first. I had no method when I started. And I developed my method through my experience. Okay, somebody's saying they can't see all the slides. Can you see it now? What I can see looks good. Troy, 1. Marianne says, yes, I see fine. Okay. Okay, so you've got your studies. Your studies may not have anything to do with teaching English as a second or a foreign language. My studies did not. I studied theater. Interestingly enough, that those studies became very valuable to me as a teacher. You can probably imagine why. I think we all feel a little bit like an actor when we're in front of a classroom or in front of our students at a screen. And then research often goes hand in hand with studies, but it could be a different branch altogether. My research, I started really early researching how we learn. That was always a really interesting subject for me. Then you have your influencers, okay, and these can be other teachers or researchers, even family members. I'd really love to hear your influences. Can everybody maybe put your influences in the chat box? That would be kind of cool to see. My influencers include Howard Gardner, and then my radical friends, Judy Thompson and Rita Baker and Teresa Almeida Deza and Peggy Tharp and Judy Tarsi. They really rock my world. Okay, great. George Simmons, Steve Downs, Dave Cormier. My students, oh, that's really sweet. Yeah, great. Yeah. Okay, and then we get into experience and trial and error, which are sort of, they're in the same ballpark. And to me, they are actually, I would say, the most important aspects of developing your method. My experience started as a language learner. I taught myself 2 languages as an adult. What I did was I specifically Spanish and Catalan. I listened a lot to the languages, and then I started to notice the similarities between English and Spanish, for example, and concentrated on those. It was a little bit like putting a couple cadavers on slabs and opening them up and dissecting them and taking all the pieces out and really getting in there and examining, and then sticking it all back together again. And like I said, I concentrated on the things that were similar, and then moved into the things that were different. So with my students, what I do is I try to start with what is similar between English and your first language. Let's start there, and then we'll move on to what is different. So that's what I learned from that. My first language learning experience was a total disaster. I'm from Canada. In my generation, we all learned French in school. It was a grammar-based model, and I didn't learn a darn thing. Je ne parle pas le français, basically. So my experience, for me, said the grammar way wasn't the way to reach fluency, but listening was, and practicing it was. So that's what my whole method is based on. And then when it came to the trial and error, for me, it was really microscopic trial and error, really nitpicky stuff to get to a really solid method that was easily transmittable to my students. Okay. All right, let's move on to the next one, which is teaching. Okay, so this is where we're getting a little bit closer to what our clients perceive that we're getting paid for. This is a huge area. You've got your class prep. First, you're going to have to start with a curriculum. You need a curriculum. Somebody's going to ask you for it at some point, and you need an answer. Plus, if you don't have a curriculum, what path are you leading your students down? Nowhere. They need to know where they're going. And you need to know where they're going. Where are you taking them? Okay. Then you get into the lessons. The lessons, of course, are how are you going to occupy the time that you're with your student? Okay, what are you going to do during that time? All right. And then there's also the activities and games, etc., that are outside the lessons. Okay, I like to take the student out of the classroom and integrate English into their world, into their daily life, as much as possible. Okay, that makes it so much more real for them. Do you use any online tests for needs analysis? Yes, I do. I have a fluency questionnaire on my webpage. If you go to my webpage, it's right there on the slide, english-laboratory.com. At the top on the right-hand corner, it says free fluency questionnaire. You can take a look at that. It's a pretty exhaustive questionnaire, and it gives the student an idea of where they are in terms of fluency. Okay, activities, there's web integrated. Okay, so I'll show you what I've got on my, this is what my students receive every morning. This nice email. They click on that friendly red button, and then they're directed to the web page, and they have these exercises. These are just small pieces. I'm really sorry that it's blurry and you can't see it very well, but just to give you an idea of what they're doing, they're writing sentences using words and collocations, and then we do a little bit of practice with the simple past participle pronunciation of the regular verbs. And you might be curious about these symbols that are being used here. Like you can see, it says complete, and then it's got this weird thing beside it. That's the English phonetic alphabet that I really love, developed by Judy Thompson. She's my hero. It's just a really easy system to communicate the sounds of English using, when it's printed, so that because we all know that the difference between written English and spoken English is abysmal. And then after that, what we do is we correct together during the lessons. The student and I correct the sentences, and later on, the student can go back to their area. Each student has their own personal area within the website. They can go back to their area, and they can check on their work, and they can see their original attempts and the corrections. Okay? So just going to go back to where we were before. Okay, so that was web integrated. Then you've got offline. So offline would be like, for example, watching the TV or reading or whatever you can think of, whatever activities that they can do that are offline. It's always nice to get away from the computer every once in a while. And then there's third party. These can be external or supported. An example of external would be, here you've got up at the top the bonus game, 3 Rice. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of that. It's a very, very cool vocabulary game. You've got a word at the top and then 4 words underneath, and you have to pick out of those 4 words, you have to pick the synonym. And every time you get a correct answer, the website sends rice to a developing country. So it's very, very cool. I play it myself. It goes up to like super high level. You can play for 2 minutes, for 5 minutes, for an hour. It's a great vocabulary builder game. So external is just basically a URL, a link that you give to your students, and they click on it and go somewhere else to do some kind of activity. And then there's supported. And an example of supported would be the Google Drive forms. And then a really cool add-on, don't know if anybody's heard about that. I'm sure everybody knows about Google Drive forms. Flubaroo add-on allows you to make it so that you don't have to correct the answers. the student it's auto-corrected, and the student gets an email with their answers, and it indicates whether it's correct or incorrect, and it indicates the correct answer. It's awesome. It's called an add-on. Okay? If you have any problems with that, just Google Flugaroo, and there's lots of tutorials on internet about that. Okay? Then we've got the actual class hours. And so now we're getting like really down to what the client perceives that you're getting paid for. They really only see that small little part. And you can see that really it's a huge monster behind it. And there's the assessments. This is really important. Everybody likes to know how they're doing. They like to get a pat on the back. They like to know where they can improve so that they can get better. Like I mentioned before, I use, for example, the assessments. I use the fluency questionnaire that I designed. The students can take the fluency questionnaire, you know, once in a while, once a month or something like that, to check and see if they're progressing. You've got testing. My testing, I don't actually do like exams per se, because what I showed you before with the web integrated exercises, it's continuous testing. So we're always looking at we're always looking at how the sentence structures are developing, and if the student is being adventurous, taking risks, not staying in their comfort zone. Okay, we're constantly looking on that at that. And then there's reports. I like to give my students a report at the end of the month, and in a nice written report, and in that I talk about some of the points that they need to improve on. I've got a big, humongous binder. If there's anybody from my generation, they'll know what that means. A big, humongous binder where I have a section for every single one of my students, and while we're going through the class, while we're doing the lessons, I take notes on their errors, and when I'm making the reports, I can go back to those notes, and I can just say, okay, you need to remember this, da-da-da-da-da-da, and I limit it to 3-4 things, because I don't want to make it seem like they're doing too badly, okay? And a nice, generous paragraph about how well they're doing, the things that they're really rocking on, okay? And then it's not on this slide, but also self-assessments. Ask your students, how do you think you're doing? Because that'll give you a lot of valuable information and really help you in terms of maybe redirecting the program for them or something like that. Okay? All right, I'm sorry, I'm not paying very much attention to the presentation or to the comments. Click through these here. Okay, so now we're in administrative. Boring! None of us are administrators. But it's a part of the business that has to be taken care of, because after all, this is a business. The first thing that you'll be wanting to address is the pricing. What are you going to charge for your services? My number one tip is do not underprice yourself, okay? It hurts you, it hurts me, okay? Because other people are looking around the web and they're saying, well, why would I pay Jennifer $37.25 an hour when, you know, so-and-so's doing it for $10 an hour? And, you know, it just, like, I mean, we've been looking at how much work that this is, and my question is, Well, if you're going to be doing all this work, is it really worth only $10? No, it's not. And if you're feeling a little guilty about your pricing, then just understand your differentiating elements. What makes you different from everybody else? What makes you better from everybody else out there? And that's going to help you set that higher price. My personal recommendation would be starting out at somewhere like $25 an hour. Okay? But then, you know, it depends what territory you're in and who your audience is. I'm in Europe. So that's where I started at anyway. Okay. Scheduling in the beginning, this might not be a big problem for you. Emails will suffice. But if you start getting a lot of clients or you're doing a lot of different stuff, then a really cool tool is You Can Book Me. And I've got a screenshot here of what that looks like. It's free. Takes about 5 minutes to set up. You can totally customize it. And you see here that simply your clients just simply click on any one of these little buttons that they want to book a class. You get an email right away. It's integrated with your Google Calendar or your iCal. And you can program it so that your students can reschedule an hour before, 2 hours before, 3 hours before, whatever works for you. It's got the time zone automatically by default. The time zone of the person who's looking at it is there, so that doesn't get confusing. Just very, very cool tool. Okay, billing. Okay, big bonus tip here. Get paid before the lessons, before you start, all right? A few times, in good faith, I started courses with some clients, and we did 1 or 2 classes without them paying, and then invariably they just disappeared off the face of the earth, didn't answer my emails. And I was really heartbroken by that. Not only did I lose a little bit of money and my time, which is actually more valuable to me than my money, but they were just so rude, you know, not saying anything to me, not even I'm sorry, I changed my mind. So get paid before the lessons start. Payment systems. If it's national, then you can do a bank transfer. Usually a national bank transfers are free and easy. You can do them online. And if it's not national, PayPal is a good option because everybody knows it. You only need an email address to set up a PayPal account. I've heard of some other systems. Some of them you can only use in the United States. And I'd be a little bit wary about other ones just because I'm not like a huge PayPal fan or anything. It's not like they're my sponsors. It's just that everybody knows them and it's the least scary, I think, online payment system at the moment. And then, of course, there are your fiscal responsibilities. You have to pay your taxes. Okay, this is one part that I really just hate. I hate filling out those forms. I hate putting together all those little pieces of paper. So I pay somebody to do that. And it works out great because I get more back in my tax return than what it cost me to pay somebody to do my tax return. Skrill. Okay, never heard of that. Is that worldwide? And it's cheaper? Yes, it's worldwide. Okay, there's some more up there. Okay, yeah, PayPal is expensive. Like my service, I sell a pack of 12 20-minute sessions, so that's 4 hours for 149 euros, and PayPal takes like about 350 of that, just to give you an idea. Okay. All right, marketing. So you have to get into it because people need to know that you're out there. There's all kinds of marketing tools. Fortunately, because we live in this wonderful online world that's so global and so exciting, you've got your social networks, and two aspects of social networks: your content and consistency. Your content. Me personally, I started off with really bad content. It was terrible. It got no traction. Nobody liked it. Nobody commented. Nobody shared. Nobody liked. Nothing. Zero. Zilch. Pero. And then what did I do? What I did was I spied on other English groups on Facebook, and I saw what they were doing. And what they were doing were little quizzes. So I thought, well, if the little quizzes seem to be working, let me try it. And I made up these little quizzes. Here's an example. Just a simple little quiz, and you put your answer down below in the comment section. And lo and behold, I'm getting all kinds of likes and shares and comments and traction and interaction, and it's wonderful, and I feel loved. And a little bonus tip here for the design. One thing about content, we all know this, just text gets overlooked really quickly. So memes are preferred over that, and even much more so than memes are actual videos. If you're good at making videos, and this is something I really want to get into more, is just making tiny little videos and putting content up in that format. But for graphic art content, Canva.com is a great place to go. It's free. Well, you can pay if you want for their designs that they already have the layout done, which are beautiful, by the way. It's so worth the $1 that they charge you for their designs that they designed. And then consistency. So super important. You can't bombard your audience with a million posts and then disappear for a while and then pretend that you're going to come back and they're going to be there waiting for you, because they won't be. They'll have moved on someplace else. So make a calendar for yourself. What are you good at this? Are you not good at this? What can you commit to? And just do it consistently. Okay. I know me personally, while I'm having my coffee in the morning and I'm still in my pajamas, that's when I can deal with my social network stuff. So, I have my coffee and I'm in my pajamas every day. So I do my social network stuff every day. I post every morning, first thing in the morning, and then it's done and I move on and I've got the rest of my day to do my other things. But, maybe you say, no, I've only got once a week to do that kind of stuff. That's fine. That's fine. But just make sure it is once a week. Okay, and then your mailing list. This is, like everybody says, this is the most important thing for marketing. This is your most important marketing tool. It's free to an extent. Depends if you contract a service. If you have a Wix account, for example, if you have a lead page on Wix, you can incorporate a mailing list. I've got thousands of people on my mailing list. I have no idea what the maximum is. I haven't got there yet. And it's free. It doesn't automate anything like that. It has no bells and whistles, so it's kind of basic. But if you wanted to go into Aweber or something like that, then of course you have to pay. But relatively cheap anyway. Again, content and consistency for the same reasons. All right, and then content and consistency tip is remarkablecommunication.com. This woman, Sonia, she is what we call here in Spain a crack. Okay, she is fantastic, remarkable, as her webpage suggests. Sign up for her free e-classes. She will send you a dozen emails, totally jam-packed with awesome content, information, everything you need to know for your emailing list campaign. And then she will never send you another email again. Okay, no spam, nothing. If you want more, you can go to her webpage and get more, but only if you ask for it. She's really great that way. And she practices what she preaches. That's just a spoiler alert. Okay. And of course, there's paid advertising. All right. If you got the money to do it, great. Your copy is really important here because it's important that you get it right because you're paying. Okay, this is costing you money. So experiment with your copy, with your mailing list and your social networks, and find out what works, and then use that for your advertising. All right. As far as your budgeting goes, little tip here. The gurus say that you're supposed to be spending 5% of your revenue on your advertising budget. Okay. And then one other way to market, which isn't on this slide, but occurred to me the other day, is doing webinars. You can do free webinars and talk about something that is, you know, like a teaser to what is in your main content. And that builds up your mailing list as well. That's a whole huge other topic that deserves a complete different presentation. So I won't get too much into that right now, but just an idea. Webinars are cool. All right, human resources. Okay, you're thinking, human resources? What are you talking about, Jen? You are a human resource. So this is really important. How do you set up webinars? YouTube, you can do it on Google Hangouts, Google Hangouts on Air, and then it's live streamed to YouTube. And you can have, I believe you can have up to 10 people who can actually be engaged in the webinar, as in be involved in the chat directly that's integrated into it. And the rest just have to sit back and relax and watch. Although they can comment on other places, there's other ways to get around that or whatever. Okay, back to human resources. Okay, so you are a human resource. Take care of yourself. All right, make sure you take a break every once in a while. If it comes to the point where you've got so many clients that you need to hire out, great, congratulations. You enter into the dreaded selection process. First, you have to go through a whole bunch of CVs. The CVs, me personally, I'm attracted to CVs that are well presented as opposed to CVs that are packed with content. Of course, a CV that's packed with content and well presented just totally rocks my world. But I prefer to talk to somebody who made a really big effort to present themselves well, even though they have no experience, over somebody who has a lot of experience and just wasn't bothered to make up a nice CV. Oops, I keep doing that. Sorry about that. Believe it or not, I once actually received a CV from somebody who did not put their name on it. Okay, that was a really bad CV. That was the worst CV I ever saw. Obviously, they didn't get hired. There was no way to hire them. And then you move on to the interviews. Don't do all the talking because that's not the way you're going to find out any information. Let the person you're interviewing do all the talking. When I do the interviews, I don't ask the questions. I invite the interviewee to ask the questions about the company. And then, according to the questions they're asking me, I know if they're going to be a good fit into my company or not. If the questions are about how does the payment system work, when am I going to get paid, how much do I get paid, all that kind of stuff, then I know they're not going to be a good fit, because that's not what my company is about. My company is about taking people where they want to go and helping them, reach their dreams, reach their goals, get that job, get that visa to go to Canada or whatever it is, study abroad. We're dream weavers. We're not a bank, okay? But on the other hand, if the questions are all about the method and how does it work, and gets really detailed and nitty gritty about that, then that really excites me. That really turns me on, and that's somebody that I'm going to want to get to know a lot better. Little bonus tip: ask your potential employees to make a promo video of themselves. Okay, it's going to take them like half an hour. If they're not willing to do that for you, then, they're not going to be ready. They're not going to be willing to do the class prep or anything else. So what's the point in having them on board? And you get to see them at their best because obviously somebody's going to put something together that makes them look good. And you're going to get a little peek at how they're going to be presenting themselves to your clients, which is really, really important. All right. Then we move into training. You've got you and the other people on your team. For both of you, okay, for the whole team, you've got webinars like this one, summits, okay, and learning platforms like Udemy or Teachable or whatever. There's all kinds of them. And then, of course, like there's conferences and in-person conferences and all kinds of things like that. The important thing is that you have to keep learning. You have to stay on a learning curve. You don't want to reach a plateau. You're just going to become stagnated there. And if you become stagnated, so are your students. You got to keep moving on so they can. And then, of course, it's super, super important to train your others in your method. They got to get it. All right? They have to understand it and be able to transmit it. What I do is I have the people that work with me go through it. They go through the program as a student before they start teaching. So they've seen it from the student's point of view, and they know the system inside and out. Okay, this is something that I really love, mastermind groups. These are a super fun way of getting information inside your brain, okay? What does a mastermind group do? Mostly they have meetings, okay? And in these meetings, they brainstorm and they talk about new tech and new methods and new tools and all kinds of other things, just about everything under the sun. An hour on a mastermind group meeting is like a week Googling. Okay, that's the equivalent for me. All right. Just a little virtual assistant bonus tip here for organizing the meetings. There's two actually. One is doodle.com, and that's a place that will synchronize your schedules so that you can find a time to meet. And then there's Slack.com, which is great. It's like having your own Wikipedia. Everything, all your communications go in there, and it's got a search engine, an internal search engine in it. You just type in what you're looking for, and out of the thousands and thousands of communications and posts that you have in there, it just automatically goes bloop, 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 and pulls up all the pertinent references. It's a fantastic tool, and it's free too, which just makes it so lovely. And so is Doodle. Okay, so what else do they do? Well, they have summits, okay? And then there's all kinds of other projects, like you could do anything. Your mastermind group could do anything. It could put together a dictionary, content for institutions, a web page, a blog. There's just so many things. How do you get into a mastermind group? You simply decide, hey, I want to start a mastermind group. And then you get in touch with about maybe half a dozen, 5, 6 other people, and you say, would you like to be part of my mastermind group? And probably they're going to say, yeah, sounds like a very cool idea. And then you just start meeting. First couple of meetings are maybe a little bit awkward, getting to know each other and stuff like that. But I find that the bonds form really quickly. And you really start getting some work done really early on in the game. I'm a member of a couple mastermind groups. Radical English is one of them. I've been a member since 2012. This is our webpage if you want to check us out there and see what we're doing. If you're not familiar with mastermind groups, you can check it out and just take a look and see kind of what a mastermind group does. Okay, IT. Obviously, this is massive. This is huge because you're an online teacher. So IT is super, 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 super important. Your website. Like I said when I was talking to Philip at the beginning, your website is primordial. You have to have a website. There's no way around it, okay? You need a storefront, like I said before. Here's mine. It says, welcome to English Laboratory. And you can, here's the free fluency questionnaire up here that I was talking about before. Okay, here's some elements of your website that need to be attended to. One is the copy, the actual text, okay. It's really important that you get this right, okay, because depending on, I mean, what you want to do is you want to get up in the organic searches, but in order to do that, you have to have the right keywords in your text, okay. So how do you know what are the right keywords? Okay, so that we come over here to the copy bonus tip. And that is spy on your competition's keywords, okay? And you can do that by right-clicking on your mouse, and then it's like about the 4th or the 5th option, and it says see code. And you click on that, and a new window will open up on your browser, and you will see all of your competition's code, and it'll say right there, keywords. And it's got their keywords that they use. So just, you know, do your research. Find out who your competition is. You know, what niche are you in? So who is your competition in that niche? Search those people out. Find their websites. Right-click, spy on them, and incorporate those keywords into your text. Okay? All right, moving on to design. Okay, you've got the images. The images can be stock or custom. Stock images, I would not recommend using free stock images. One, because they look a little chintzy, usually, and two, because your potential clients have seen them all over the internet because they're free, so everybody's using them. So it doesn't look like your original, okay? Your content could be original, but if you're using a photo that is all over the place, then it doesn't look like your original. So, you know, fork out the few bucks that it is for a stock photo and buy it. I mean, it's a good investment. You're going to use, you're maybe going to change your web page design like at the most once a year, probably not even once every 5 years. So, you know, you're going to spend like, I don't know, maybe $100, $200 on photos, and you're going to get your money's worth. And then, of course, there's custom. If you've got the bucks, there's custom, which is just awesome. That's just like the holy grail of web page design. And those can be photos or graphics. Mine are stock images that I purchased. I don't know if I mentioned that. Okay, and then there's the layout. So what we're talking about when we're talking about layout is the front-end developing is the term here. If you're a front-end developer, or if you've hired someone who is a front-end developer, then go ahead and start from scratch. Do it exactly the way you want it. You know, it'll be really fun. But if that is not the case, then use a template. The templates are really nice. I bought mine for under $100, and really simple and easy to use. Just cut and paste what you want in there. All the functionalities are there. You have to shop around a bit to find the one that suits your purposes best. But you know, a template is certainly the easiest way to go. And then there's user experience. It has to be awesome, or else they won't come back. If your user gets lost in the web page, can't find stuff, they get frustrated and go away. That's just obvious. Programming, like I mentioned before, like if you don't know how to do it, you're going to have to find somebody else to do it. And third-party services, My Life Chat, for example, and I'll go back to this slide again for a second, and you can see down here in the bottom right corner, I've got this cool little box, Chat Now, and this is a free service, and it's totally customizable. Like you see how the colors it's all the same on my webpage and everything. So and it's great, and I can engage with everybody who comes onto my website, which is a fantastic tool. I've made a lot of sales that way. Okay, blog. Everybody says blogs are hot. I personally don't have a blog. I don't have the time, and I don't think I have the talent for it. Maybe someday. But everybody says that it's a must-have. Again, when we were talking about the social media and your emailing, from what I understand, it's content and consistency. And then, of course, there's your video conferencing. What platform are you going to use? Okay, shop around, because there's a lot of options out there with a lot of different features. Find the one that works best for you. Ask other people and see what they're using. It's always better to talk to somebody who's already used it than trying to figure it out for yourself. Okay, I'm just going to go quickly on now because I'm running out of time. Okay, and then here we get to your retirement. You may not be thinking about this right now. I don't know if there's a lot of, if you're just starting out as an online teacher, you might be younger and this might not be a priority for you, but it should. And I'm telling you from the bottom of my heart, because I'm not young and I wish I thought about this earlier. So I'll just quickly explain my journey into passive income, okay, I started out with my method, which is in a little cloud, because it's so undefinable how I got there, or just so many factors involved, so many variables. Not going to get into that right now. And then that turned into ebooks. The ebooks turned in, and the packaged courses led me to DVD distribution deals. Okay. Then, so just really quickly here, because I see Philip's face, so he's probably prodding me along. Is that correct, Philip?
Just a little.
Are you asking me to hurry up?
Just a little.
Okay. Okay, so package. Okay, no problem. No problem. Okay, so package courses, you've got the curriculum, which you've already done. Your video production, which involves scripting, filming, and editing. You've got, if you're using an iMac, if you're using a Mac, you've got iMovie. If you're using a PC, you've got Movie Maker, so simple. And quizzes. Everybody loves quizzes, so make sure to put lots of quizzes in your package courses. Then there's also YouTube, which I've never made any money on that, but who knows? You know, you might. Some people do. And sponsors, especially if you've got a blog.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Sponsors might come to you. It's kind of futile trying to go after sponsors. But
thank you, Jennifer. Yeah,
but if you've got enough traction, sponsors
I had a lot of questions
to you. So I'll just end there.
Well, what I'll do is I'll just
and say
I just have a couple of questions I picked
so
up
much
from the,
for listening to me. And now
the attendees.
You're welcome.
Creating quizzes. How do you create quizzes?
Okay, so questions
for students.
Oh.
Yeah, how do you? Okay.
Oh, well, do you mean for the packaged courses? Or for the package courses, I'm on Udemy, and the quiz feature it's integrated right into the system.
Okay.
So
Eve is a Quizlet as well.
You just type it in, and away you go. If you're talking about your course,
oh, yes, there's a lot
then
more topics,
like
but we can't,
what are the quizzes? I have them integrated in my web, but you could do them in Google Forms,
great.
for example.
How can people contact you again, Jennifer?
Okay, slide before IT.
And I'm sure, as with all the speakers today and from yesterday as well, you know, be more than
sure,
happy
I'll
to
put my
answer
email
any
address.
Queries, you know, it won't be a problem
there's
for you.
There's another email address. There's a contact form on the website.
Answering questions.
Which comes directly to my inbox. But there's my email address again.
So don't be shy, everyone. Get in contact. And just to let you know that Jennifer has an article coming out this week in EFL magazine, so keep an eye out for that as well. And we didn't really get time to talk about radical teachers because I know you from Judy, and I mean we could have a whole summit, I think,
Not at all. I love engaging
teachers and everyone, what they're doing. I'm kind of fascinated by the work you're doing. Yeah, it's really inspiring. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, thanks again. Thanks again, Jennifer. I'll talk to you soon. Thank you. Cheers. Thanks, Jennifer. Cheers. Okay. No, I agree. Yes,
yeah.
That was great. That was inspiring, and it was Great. Now, okay. So
Thank you.
just
Thank you.
little rundown on where we're at. We're at Russell.
Thank you
coming
so
up
much.
next. He'll be talking
Thank you
about
so much,
the
Philip.
flipped classroom.
Okay, talk to you soon. Bye, everybody. Thank you so
Just want
much.
to, a few house things here. Remember, if you're having technical issues, just leave the room, come back in. And also just want to mention some of the sponsors here, the Edge, Integrating Technology, and Dr. Nelly, who we'll be talking to a little later, and Gallery Teachers and ITDI and Chuck. Chuck Sandy is on at 2 p.m. So Chuck and Sylvia changed places. So yeah, 2 p.m. GMT. I don't know where you are, Jane. So you can. I'm sure you can convert that. And on cue is Russell. Hello, Russell. How are you?
I'm fine. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, perfect. Maybe a little bit loud, but yeah. It's okay.
Let me I can turn the volume down a little bit, yeah? Is that better? I put it down a little bit now.
But otherwise, very clear.
Is that okay?
Yeah,
Is that better?
That sounds fine.
I've turned the volume down a little bit, or I can always move the microphone a little bit away.
Yeah, I think that's fine. What do people think? Yeah, yeah, perfect. Rob says perfect, so I'll take his word on that. So yeah, thanks for coming along, Russell. I know you're very busy. You travel to a lot of conferences and you present in many countries, don't you? I mean, just looking at your website there, you've presented in something like 26 countries. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. I mean, I know plenty of people that have travelled a lot more than I have, but yeah, I think to about 26, 27 countries now. So, yeah, sometimes it gets a little bit tiring, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. And tell me, what's the main focus of your business? I remember speaking to you, well, I can't remember, it must be 9 months ago now, or maybe a little bit more, maybe a year, and you were talking to me at that time about moving from academia to, out on your own. How has that journey been?
Very difficult, very hard journey. I must admit, it's some parts of it have worked very well. Lots of opportunities to present around the world and do workshops and training. But that, of course, that means a lot of traveling, and that can be very stressful. And on the other side, I do deliver online training actually on the website. On teacher training videos, I have like Adobe Connect, and I train teachers in using different technologies. That's not working quite so well, that aspect of it. It's just something I've got to build up. And I still lecture at university. I'm not completely freelance. I still like to actually be going into a university and doing some face-to-face. So, but I've learned a lot. I mean, it was quite interesting listening to the last lecture, and I've had to learn so much about things like marketing, about using mailing systems,
you're one of the,
about really mastering how to use Adobe Connect for online delivery, etc., and just make the whole thing a lot more professional.
I don't know if you're familiar with Jim Baker's work. Jim talks a lot about the flipped classroom as well, and just in a conversation with me, he said that there's maybe a little bit of resistance to flipped classroom here and there. Do you find that as well?
Yes, fine, yeah. Yeah, definitely, and I think we've got to be very careful about the flipped classroom in terms of what we're kind of saying about it. I think in an ELT or a language teaching context, and I think it's got some place in parts of what we're doing, but I wouldn't, for example, ever suggest that you flip your whole classes. I'm not sure actually within ELT, to be honest with you, that would be possible anyway. I think just like all these things, it's got to be a learning curve, and you've got to slowly, go. So there are certain opportunities to flip
I'm
parts
really looking
of your
forward
course,
to this presentation,
and I think that can be interesting, and then
I'll
learn from that process and build it up. But you're going to get a lot of resistance, particularly from the students, and in many ways there's almost a cultural change as well, because you're kind of putting a lot more responsibility on the learning on the students themselves. Right, lovely. So would you like me to start? Is it time to get going? Is that the plan? Or yeah, shall I? Yeah. Right, okay. Right, let me just obviously got to get familiar with using WizIQ. I've never really used WizIQ before. I always use Adobe Connect for my presentation, so I must say I'm quite impressed with what I've seen. Hopefully, some of you already know about my work or what I do. I run a website called teachertrainingvideos.com, and I still lecture a little bit at university. Let me just click onto the next slide actually and make it easier. So I'm just going to sort of do a presentation where I'm going to give a little bit of information about myself very, very quickly, and then talk about the flipped classroom, and then I'm going to show you some tools. And I'm really going to just focus on one tool that I think I found very, very useful in terms of the flipped classroom. It is essentially the tool that's used most for producing the content for a flipped classroom. And I'm going to show you some examples of things that I've done or cut down versions of things I've done, and then I'm going to draw some conclusions. I'm really going to try to make this about experience and about exactly what happens. So I'm going to talk about some of my experiences of flipping my classes, but also I've been very lucky in the last few years to be actually working with students on master's degree programs that are doing research into the flipped classroom, and I'm going to talk a little bit about their research. None of it's published at this moment, but we are actually in the middle of trying to get a couple of articles published from the various students that I've worked for. So I'm going to, just as I said, I'm a NILE Associate Trainer. That's the Norwich Institute of Language Education, and I work on their master's degree program there, and I do a little bit of work on their blended learning courses. And we're actually going to release a training course for the flipped classroom after Christmas, a whole course that you can do that's going to be online, and it's going to also include a few kind of live sessions with me via virtual learning classroom like this. And I still lecture part-time at the University of Warwick, though I will be leaving at the end of January. Mainly I'm known for teachertrainingvideos.com. Incredibly, it's going to be another year where I've had about 300,000 visits. I always make that absolutely clear. It's the number of visits I get. Probably about 200,000 unique visitors, something like that, but about 300,000 visits a year, and it still has that many, and that's been happening now for about 4 or 5 years. So that's the, if you want to ever look on teachertrainingvideos.com, then please make use of the site. Right, the flipped classroom. We define the flipped classroom as an educational technique that consists of two parts. So we're talking about two things. The classroom activities, which the idea is to make them more kind of group-based and more interactive. That part of the lesson that we're doing in the class, the idea is that's going to be more group-based, more group-focused. And the part that the students do outside of the classroom, where they access materials in preparation for the lesson. Now, just if we just take a step back and think very quickly about the flipped classroom, what we can really say is that the flipped classroom has developed out of the fact that this possibility is now possible to put learning content online that the students can access at home, and therefore, in a way, take some of the teaching stuff out of our lessons. Now, if we all think within a language context, there are times when we're teaching in the classroom, when we're doing grammar, when we're explaining, for example, how you write a discursive essay, when we're talking about how you write the introduction to a report or something. There are always aspects of a lesson when we're teaching, and then what we can do with the flipped classroom is possibly move some of that stuff outside of the lesson, put that online, the students access it at home, and by doing that, we're trying to free up more time in the class for the students to actually be working on group work and pair work. Now, I want to just stop before I kind of get into the meat of this presentation. It's worth thinking, what about in terms of the ELT and in terms of our own background training, We already flip our classes in language teaching because we don't stand at the front of the class and lecture for 1 hour. We get our students working in pairs. We get our students working in groups. We get our students doing problem solving, doing collaborative activities. So the flipped classroom is no revelation in the context of language teaching. It's not something that we as language teachers have not been doing for a long time. And when I first come across the flipped classroom, I really thought to myself, is this applicable to language teaching? And first of all, I thought, no, it isn't really applicable at all because we're already flipping our classes. But then, over a period of time, I've seen examples of flipped classroom taking place where people have flipped little bits of their lessons or just a couple of classes, and I've realized, yes, it does have an application. But make it directly clear from the beginning, it certainly isn't something that we would do for the whole of our courses, and certainly we don't need to do that anyway. Okay? The flipped classroom is a form of blended learning. It's a blend between face-to-face interaction where the students come into the classroom and they're doing group work stuff and group work activities and problem solving, and it's also a part where they're accessing content at home. Now, as I've said, what we're trying to do is maybe take some of that teaching stuff that we do in the lesson and to put that online. The students can access it at home, and maybe by doing that we can free up a little bit more class time and do more tasks, more kind of coursework, project work, group pair work, etc. We already flip our classes in language teaching because we don't stand at the front of the class and lecture for an hour. But maybe what we can do is that we can even do that a bit more, even be a bit more efficient with putting content online that could mean even in the lesson that we teach less than we do at the moment. We already probably teach less in terms of a classroom than most people in other areas of the curriculum. We already know that. Technologically, this has come about really, the technology that makes the flipped classroom possible is because we can create videos, we can create podcasts, we can create screencasts, we can give our students readings, we can give them all sorts of content that they can access at home, and in doing so, they can they can basically learn and prepare themselves for the class. So instead of me going, for example, in a typical lesson and saying to the students, okay, let's think about the first certificate examination, and let's think about the oral exam, and there are 4 parts, and let's watch this video where we see the 4 different parts of the exam. Could we not put that online? The students could access that at home, for example, and then come in the class. They've already learnt about what the first certificate exam is. They've already learnt whatever we've asked them to do. So they've learnt about the 4 stages of the exam, of the oral exam, for example. Come in the lesson, therefore, and now do some tasks and problem solving, or even, for example, reenact part of the exam, or prepare the questions in the different stages of the first certificate exam. The idea is to shift some of the teaching out of the class, put it online through podcasts, through videos, through screencasts, etc. And in doing so, we can use more of the class time for tasks, for problem-solving, group-based activities. That's what we're essentially talking about. Now, as I want to emphasize, this fits higher education mode. If you walked into the university where I work, Warwick University, for example, you will find teachers that stand and lecture in a kind of quite traditional way. It's less common than it used to be, but you could still walk into plenty of lectures and see lecturers standing at the front presenting their material. There might be moments where the students talk and discuss it, but predominantly it's still a transmission-based approach to learning. Now, the flipped classroom works perfectly with that, because basically the idea is that we can put some of that lectures, some of that learning material online, and maybe we don't have to spend so much time lecturing at the front of the class, because the students can access that material at home. Therefore, we can spend a bit more time in the class doing group work, pair work activities. So it really fits with that model of teaching, much more than it does with language teaching scenarios. Secondly, By doing this, one of the reasons it might be useful is it kind of reflects the type of learning that slowly is emerging into the lives of our students. They are expected to find material more, to engage with video, to take a bit more responsibility for their own learning. And perhaps if we begin to introduce some of the flipped classroom mode of teaching into the way that we teach, as I've said, we already do it in ELT to a degree anyway, but if we do it more, we may be helping our students in terms of them becoming more autonomous as learners, and also reflecting the type of scenarios and situations they are going to be in the 21st century. And that is for clear. That is obvious. I mean, I'm, for example, at the moment preparing and learning things. I learn them online. I learn them through videos. I learn them through podcasts. I'm doing a course at the moment that, expects me to do a lot of that learning. So by doing this kind of flip, maybe we're taking our students in the direction that a lot of learning will be is moving. We also hope that because we are kind of pushing some of the teaching out of the lesson, that therefore we can make better use of the class time, and if we can therefore make use of creating group work and pair work activities, perhaps we can make the learning a little bit more collaborative, though I will discuss that in a bit more detail later. So these are some of the reasons behind the flipped classroom. Essentially, it's about freeing up class time and freeing it up in a more efficient way, which is something I'll come on to in a minute. If you think about the learning theory behind the flipped classroom, because we have to be careful, the flipped classroom is not a theory of learning. The flipped classroom is really pulling on two different theories. The first theory is that the students go home, they're going to access videos and podcasts and screencasts and readings, and that is going to be basically a very transmissive form of learning. It's going to be very behaviorist based. It tends to be very automated. It's an individual student going home and working through the videos and doing the readings and preparing themselves for the lesson. And what we're hoping to do in the lesson is to make that more constructivist, more group-based, more project task-based. So it's almost pulling on two theories of learning. Now, this is perhaps the first interesting point I'm going to make in terms of the theory. What I've found in recent work that I've done with students is actually that some students, even in the transmissive-based stuff that they do at home, will often connect with other students through Skype, through chat, and therefore begin to make that process more collaborative. Now, what I'm trying to point out is that though the flipped classroom might have started very much as homework, individual-based, transmission-based, in the class, group work, constructivist-based, maybe we can also start to think of making some of the learning that does take place at home, make that more collaborative as well, so that we move away from always relying on the work that the students do at home, always being on their own and always being in a kind of transmission-based delivery mode. If we were to think a little bit about another benefit, and I talked about in the slide 2 slides ago, I mentioned this whole thing about efficient use of time. And I think it's this, when I started to think about the flipped classroom in this way, that I began to think, yeah, there is some value in it. And I began to shift away from my initial position, which was really, it hasn't got a lot of value in language teaching, to thinking, yes, it does at certain points. And the reason for that is that if you think about the kind of delivery of a course, often the lecturer, the teacher, is presenting the knowledge in a classroom. And that is the basic transfer of knowledge or comprehension, which I would call lower order thinking skills. If we look at Bloom's taxonomy, they're at the lower order. So in other words, the teacher is delivering that content to the students. And in a way, that knowledge, you hope that that knowledge and that information is fairly easy in terms of the cognitive demands of the student. Where things get more difficult when we're asking the students to apply and analyze, and we could think about it in language teaching terms, so where we're perhaps asking them to go home and do a recording, or go home and write an essay, or go home and do some kind of activity, when we're doing that, when the students do that kind of stuff, then we're not there. So could we shift it around so that this lower order thinking, comprehension, transfer of knowledge, could we shift a bit more of that out of our classes? The students can access that material at home, and that means that we've got more time in the class for the application of that knowledge and these higher order thinking skills. Now, of course, we have to put this in the context of language learning. But if you think about it, if I was, for example, to provide a video that explained to students what a topic sentence was, and maybe to provide some examples. So I created a video that asked the students to go home and watch that, and then maybe I provided them with some questions, or maybe I asked them to go online and do a quiz, or maybe I asked them to take some notes, or maybe I asked them to write some examples. So that's what they do at home. When they come in the class, I set up group work activities where I really focus on the knowledge that they've gained at home by watching the video. So, for example, in the classroom, I may put them into groups, give them 4 or 5 paragraphs, and first of all say to them, right, identify where the topic sentences are and justify your why you think that's the topic sentence. The students, therefore, are immediately applying the knowledge that you've given them through the videos. And that would be where we are in a way flipping our classes. And as I'm going to emphasize many times during this lecture, I'm no way suggesting that we're going to flip all our classes, and I'm no way suggesting that we don't already do this to a certain degree in language teaching anyway, because we do. However, I am suggesting that in certain key parts there may be room for this as a kind of form of delivery, and it might have benefits from our students. Certainly in terms of Bloom's taxonomy, there's something to think about there. There's something to think about. The efficient use of the teacher's time. And when you really need the teacher there is when you're applying knowledge, when you're using knowledge, when you're trying to actually process it. Not necessarily when we're making a simple explanation, for example, of a grammar point. Anyway. Now, before I come in to actually show you some of the technologies, because I think this will be interesting when I show you a couple of videos of some technologies that can help us to deliver the flipped classroom, and that's often what teachers want to know about. And there are many, many challenges, and in fact at the moment, as I said, I'm producing a course about the flipped classroom, and I've been watching a number of videos just this morning looking at some of the challenges that students have. And that teachers have when it comes to the flipped classroom. But first of all, having just the right content available. So if you're going to do a flipped classroom, you're going to need lectures for the students to access at home, or videos for the students to access at home, or podcasts, or things to read. You've got to find all that material. You are going to create it yourself, find material that's currently available on the internet already. That is a really difficult job. However, there are technologies that allow the creation of, for example, mini lectures very, very quickly, and we're going to be looking at those in a minute. The second, and I've put this in bold because I'm beginning to realize that in reality, this is the big struggle. And certainly when I flipped my classes back in 2007, 2008, while I was at Westminster University, this happened. What do we do in the classroom? Now, for people in language teaching, this might be a bit surprising, and I would agree that language teachers generally are very well trained when it comes to group work and pair work, task-based, problem-based activities. But a lot of teachers in other areas really wonder of the curriculum, really struggle with this. They say, well, okay, if I'm not teaching in the class, what am I meant to be doing? What are these group-based activities, these problem-solving activities that I'm going to do in the class? It definitely is a challenge. And when I did my flip, that was the case. The other teachers that were working with me struggled to work out what we were going to do with this additional material, or additional free time that we've got. So training teachers becomes very difficult. It becomes another challenge as well. They need to be trained not only to create the activities, but also to create the learning content. And another thing is the assessment, and I worry more and more about this. I watch, as I said, I've been watching a lot of lectures from the States particularly, where you've got examples of the flipped classroom coming on, and yet the assessment at the end is very different. Now, there's almost a contradiction there, because if you are developing a flipped classroom learning scenario, your students are learning different skills to perhaps the ones that they would learn in a traditional mode. They're taking more responsibility for their learning. They might be learning more about note-taking. They might be learning more about tracking their own learning and reflecting on it. In a way, we need to make sure that those new skills are assessed. So what I find sometimes difficult to understand is if you flip your classes, it also means a slight change in the way you assess your students as well, to reflect the different types of activities that are taking place in the class. And linking the assessment and the delivery mode together is quite challenging. Convincing students of this is a big problem as well, and we've just done, as I said, one of my students has just done some recent research in Colombia, working from the British Council, working with a group of students and realizing, yes, that it is a shift in the culture for the students as well. Certainly putting more responsibility on the students to watch the videos, how they watch the videos, do they take notes, do they play them more than once, are they always prepared? So there's a real challenge there as well. And one of the biggest challenges, of course, is what do we do with students that don't do the work? This is a big issue. It comes up just like it does in any class that you set homework and the students don't always do the homework. I mean, I'm doing some courses at the moment in French, and some of the students don't turn up with the homework done, and I've done it. So it isn't something that's new in the flipped classroom, that people don't turn up watching the videos. However, there are ways around this. Now, let's just think about this a little bit. You're asking the students to go home and watch a video. You've got to think very carefully about the amount of time you're going to ask them. How long is that video? It's not going to be 30 minutes. It's going to be 5. It's going to be 10 minutes. It's going to be short, sharp, direct videos straight to the point. And if you're going to encourage your students to watch those videos, you're going to also make sure that there are some activities built around them. It may be something simple like simply taking notes. It may be something simple like writing a summary. It may be something simple like them just recording a summary of what they've understood. That really depends on what material you're working with. But it is important that we don't just expect them to watch a video or listen to a podcast. There need to be some activities linked to that check basic understanding. Remember, this is transmission of information. We're basically getting the point over. So if we were going to say, for example, do a grammar lesson that taught them the difference between in spite of and despite, and they watch that at home and maybe even do a few basic exercises to check they understand it, then we come in class and we try to do other activities that would get them to practice and differentiate that, etc., etc. So it is important. It's not easy to convince the students. One of the things that I did on the course that I was running was that if the students hadn't done the work, they would go onto a certain table where they had access to computers, and they would watch the videos and do the exercises and then catch up with the rest of the class. And that is one way of dealing with this problem. But it is always the case, particularly at the beginning. I had a lot of problems with the students simply not doing the work. But on the other hand, eventually they fit into the system. The articles that I've read about the flipped classroom, often they say initially there's a lot of resistance, but overall, after a course has been run, most students are very positive about it, but it does require some kind of shift. Right, let's try and get on a little bit to sort of thinking about the learning content, and I'm going to show you some videos of how you can really quickly make learning content, and one of the tools that which I've been using the most. Basically, if you think about it, in terms of the learning content, in terms of the bit that the students do at home, there's going to be two key things. You need a repository. You need a key place where they can find all their content. If you're going to run a flipped classroom course, then the students need to go onto the repository and find week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, and immediately be able to find their content. So you need a central repository. That could be Moodle, it could be Edmodo, it could be Blogger, it could be a wiki, it could be Blackboard. You certainly need somewhere where you are going to make the content available to the students so that they can go home, find week 1's flipped classroom or week 2's flipped classroom very, very quickly. And then you're going to have all this content. Now, as I said, this is going to be built up over a period of time, because you might just flip 1 week of your course or 1 lesson in the first year, but then you might introduce a second one. when you do that flipped classroom, what is that content going to be that they're going to access at home? Now, it could be a whole variety of things: podcasts, links, quizzes, videos. If you look at the majority of courses, and I've been to several actual flipped classroom conferences, the majority of the content is either videos of the teacher talking, and that can easily be done in a tool, for example, even in YouTube. If you've got a YouTube channel, you can record just the webcam of the webcam very, very quickly, or it can be screencasts. A lot of content, if you look at the Khan Academy, for example, all of the content on the Khan Academy is built through screencasts. Screencasts is the ability for you to record the screen of your own computer. And if you were to look at most flipped classrooms, 70% of the content that's in most flipped classrooms, not all, would be screencast based. That is that they built recorded lectures, recorded mini lessons, etc. very quickly, which are then available for the students to watch at home. So a central part of learning to flip your classes is to be able to work with screencast technology. And this is what I want to move on to. So if I was to talk a little bit about some specific examples, and I'm going to sort of give you some examples in a minute, and then we're going to look at the tools. So I'm going to jump over and play you a couple of videos, just really short videos that would show you examples of the sort of thing that I'm talking about. Let me just repeat. Screencast technology allows you to record the screen of your computer. You just mark out the area and you can record that, whether it be a PowerPoint presentation, whether it be a Word, whether it be a picture, whether it be a graph, whether it be a table. You can simply record yourself talking over the graph, the table, the PowerPoint, and then put that online to your students. So we can use this technology in a really, really quick way to make these videos that the students can then access at home. Let me try to give you a couple of examples first of these technology of the actual content, and then once I've done that, we'll actually look at how easily I can make that content. So the first video I'm going to play you is just a really quick example here, a really bad one. Hopefully, I'm okay, of me just producing a little. It's literally a grammar lesson, and this is a really bad example in terms of it just shows you how quickly you can make something like this, put it online, and the students have got access to it.
Okay, just something I've noticed today from your lessons and from your essays is that you're getting confused between
I'm just clicking on the play button here, and
okay, just something I've noticed today from your lessons and from your essays is that you're getting confused between despite and in spite of. The most important thing, and the first rule to remember, is that we don't use of with despite. So we say despite the weather. We say in spite of the weather, but we say despite the weather. So despite does not include of. Now we can use despite or in spite of with a gerund or a noun. So we can say despite the weather, or in spite of the weather, or we can say despite studying hard, or in spite of studying hard, he didn't pass the exam, for example. If you want to add the noun to the beginning of the sentence or in the sentence, so you want to actually introduce the subject of the sentence, you need to use despite the fact that. So we can say despite the fact that he studied hard, or in spite of the fact that he studied hard. So if you want to introduce the subject of the sentence, then it's important, or the only way to actually introduce the subject is to say despite the fact that, or in.
Okay, I'll stop that there for a moment, okay? Now, I'll just give it a couple of seconds because some of you maybe just get a bit of a lag. I just want you to think about how easily I made that. I literally just wrote out the rule of in spite of despite because I noticed it had come up a lot in my classes when I was marking the students' work. And then I made that video available to the students. Now, that could be part of a flipped classroom scenario because I could simply then get my students to listen to that video in preparation for something that they're going to do in the lesson. And it literally took me seconds to make that video. I simply wrote out the grammar rule, opened up screen capture, clicked on the button, recorded myself talking about it, and then uploaded that video directly onto YouTube so that the students could access it. So making the content for that was really, really simple. I'm going to show you another example. Let's take for another really simple example here of looking at prefixes. So teaching the difference between, I think in this example, I'm looking at the use of IM before words beginning with P and words beginning with M.
Okay, this week's vocabulary focus is going to look at the use of IM as a prefix that we can add to words that begin with P or M to give them basically the opposite meaning. So just to give you some examples here, the first one we've got is moral, and we can add and say immoral, which is the opposite. Mortal, and again we can add im, and that creates the opposite meaning. Now we can do the same with words that begin with P as well. So for example, we can say patient, and then we can add im and say impatient, and we can do the same with possible, and again impossible. Now this doesn't always apply. Let's just look at some exceptions now.
Okay, I'm going to make the point that actually, just to make it really clear, that is not authentic. I've built that up just to show you an example of the sorts of things that I've done with students when I've done these mini lessons and I've quickly got them together. So you can see how quickly I can do that. I can produce material that I are then going to put online for the students to access. And of course it could be longer. Those are just short snippets. Again, for me to do that, all I need to do is write out the grammar rule, turn on screen capture technology, record myself talking, and then uploading that video online so the students have got access to it. Okay, I'm going to show you another example. So those are just two really quick ones. In this, the one I'm going to show you now, I'm going to look at. Let's just have a quick look if I can find it. I'm going to look at some exam tips. Now this is where I've actually talked over a table rather than me producing the material. I've actually just grabbed a table that I think is useful to the students, and I've just recorded over the top of that table talking about the way. I think what I'm doing in this one is looking at the first certificate exam and talking about the oral exam and the different components of it. I'm just double clicking here to get this video played. Let me see if I can get that one up on.
Okay, so let's start then with a little bit of a discussion about the 4 parts of the first certificate exam, and then we're going to go on to look at exactly how those different sections, those different parts of the exam are evaluated. Now the first thing that I want to focus on is obviously part 1, which is normally just a few minutes long, 2 to 3 minutes really, and it really is just a series of questions in a way just to build the confidence of the candidate. And these questions are normally very general. They're often associated with how someone perhaps travelled to the exam centre on that day. They might be questions about where that person lives, possibly even some questions about what things they're interested in, perhaps why they're interested in English. There are a variety of questions, and obviously we've already looked a little bit at this particular section of the exam, and we've also looked at
Okay, so in that example there, I've simply opened up a table. I begin to talk through the different parts of the oral exam in the first certificate, and I've put that content online, and I've made it accessible to the students. So instead of my students always asking me, Russell, I forgot what we got to do in the first certificate oral part of the exam, that content is online. They can access it and find it easily as long as you organize your repository well. Now that could be a perfect scenario for one example of how you could use flipped class, because you may ask the students to go home, listen to that video. Obviously in reality it would be longer. Listen to that video where you're giving them some guidance about the first certificate examination, you would obviously set them an activity just to make sure they basically understand what they've got to do. Then what you would likely to do in the classroom is then to build some group work activities around that. Perhaps you're going to get them to prepare typical questions that they might think that they're going to be asked in the first part, and then get them to reenact those questions, and then possibly get one or two of the students to come to the front and do that in front of the whole class. So you're going to set up activities. So this would be a perfect example where you might think, okay, yeah, I can see that the flipped classroom could really fit in that scenario. I'm not saying that we could use the flipped classroom all the time. I'm saying that it may be another tool in our toolkit that at certain parts, in certain parts of our lessons, of our courses, might be relevant. And producing that material for that flipped classroom is not as difficult as you think, and hopefully I'm going to come on to look at that. All right. So I've kind of taken you through a few examples there. In fact, in the end, I chose slightly different ones. I didn't show you the video of the topic sentence, for example, but you've seen a prefixes one, you've seen one of a grammar lesson, you've seen an example of me talking through the parts of the examination, and it could be anything. Whatever you can open on your screen, you could record as screen capture. Now, we just come on to actually look at the tools that we use, and I want to be really clear about that. There are hundreds of them. Screen capture technology. That if you write that into Google, you're going to find hundreds. And I've counted that I've worked so far with 8 different tools. I've just pointed out 4 here. And the paid tools that I like working with, and obviously as a teacher, the only one that you're probably going to be interested in would be Snagit as a paid tool. It is a great tool. I really like it. I'm very pleased with the results of it. Camtasia is a wonderful tool, but it's only going to be more at an institutional level. And obviously, Camtasia as a tool, it's quite sophisticated. It allows you to do call outs, it allows you to add quizzes to your videos, it allows you to blur out certain parts of your video, it allows you to integrate real video into your presentation. You can have opening screens and closing screens, you can have hotspots, etc. You can do a lot more sophisticated stuff. Now, when I go into some institutions, they're actually thinking of flipping a whole series of courses across a university or an institution. So at that level, often it would be a choice of saying, well, I'm going to buy something like Camtasia because that's what we're trying to do. If you're doing it on a smaller level yourself, then perhaps Snagit would be a tool. Now, on the free side, and there are some great free tools around. I know, for example, that Nellie's a big fan of Screencast-O-Matic. I like it as well. I must admit, I've kind of in the end decided that there are certain technologies that I'm happy to pay for, and one of them is screen capture. But certainly Screencast-O-Matic is a good tool. Jing is also a possibility. I was actually involved in the development of Jing when it first came out back in 2006, 2007. It's a lovely tool as well for doing screen capture recordings, and it's free. So any of these tools are well worth looking at. But I'm going to show you Snagit. I want to emphasize I'm not a salesman for Snagit. It's just a tool that I like. You can buy it on TechSmith, but you can also look at the plenty of free tools around, and perhaps some of you would like to write in the chat window, other tools that you use. You know, there are plenty of them around. I've, as I said, used about 5 or 6. I mean, I've worked with something called Screen Jelly, Screenar, Matchware, Adobe's Captivate. I've used a whole series of different tools for this. But the one that I've become really pleased with, and I think, yeah, I'd spend my $30 because you get a lot for your money, is Snagit. I'm going to show you some videos now that show you how Snagit works, and then you'll start to see just how easy it is to create screen capture technology. Okay, lots and lots of tools around, as I've said, and you know, any of them will do, but you'll kind of in the end probably find something that you really like.
So let me just show you how easy Snagit is to use. I've got it here at the top of my screen. I simply click on it and I mark an area on the screen that I want to record. Now, whatever I've got behind the screen will be recorded, and I can be adding and taking things off the screen as I do it. So for example, I can click here
and obviously if I was to open something up onto the screen, that will all come out in the recording very simply. Once it's done, the recording's made and I can play it back. Now, so let's just take that a bit further then. Imagine, for example, it was the flipped classroom and I wanted to, the lecture that I'm doing with you now, I wanted to record it. Well, I could just simply mark out an area. It doesn't have to be the whole screen. I could mark this area here, and then I could start to record myself giving this lecture. I can always click on the pause button at any time. So, hello, my name's Russell Stannard, and today we're going to look at the flipped classroom. The presentation is going to be broken down into the following parts. Blah 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 blah. The video's done, and then all I need to do is to click here, File, and then click on Save As, and simply just save that onto my computer. It will be an MP4 file, so I'm just going to call this flipped test video. Put that onto my desktop, click on Save, and that's it. The video is now on my screen. My biggest challenge now would of course be, well, how am I going to actually distribute that video? And I will show you in a minute different ways. Here's the video here. I can just click on it and open it up and play it. Really simple way of working with screen cap. Okay, so you've seen how simple it is to do screen capture recording. I literally mark the area and then I just start recording. I can pause. Now, Snagit does not allow you to use your webcam. That is not part of what it is. Some tools do it. Keep in mind, generally, some people do like to have their webcams on, but the majority of teachers, when they do screen capture, don't like to have a webcam. That really is a sort of choice. And I've read varying pieces of research about whether it's important to have the webcam on or not. But certainly a tool like Camtasia does allow you to have the webcam on. I can't remember with Screencast-O-Matic, but I'm sure that Nelly would write in the window and let me know whether Screencast-O-Matic does allow you. I think it might be in the paid version that it does allow you. The $30 for Snagit is just one-off payment. You just pay it once, you've got the tool forever. Now, I'm going to tell you something about why I like Snagit so much, and I'm sure other tools do this, all right? But for me, this has been one of the things. I can make a recording in Snagit, and because I'd logged into my YouTube channel, in other words, I put in my Gmail account, nothing else, just my Gmail account and my password, my Snagit is linked directly to my YouTube channel. I can click one button, write in a few bits of information, and then whatever videos I've created, they are immediately uploaded onto my YouTube channel. It literally takes me a few seconds, and that's the reason why I think these screencast tools for Flipped Classroom are so useful, because they really are very easy to use. And I'm just going to show you an example now of just how easy it is to do. Again, I'm sure other technologies do the same thing. It's just my experience of working with Snagit, and it's always been really reliable. That's one of the reasons why I've also really liked the tool in terms of actually doing recordings and uploading them onto YouTube. Watch this video. I just want to show you how we can make a video and then quickly distribute it to our students. So let's take a scenario. We want to give the students some advice about the PET exam, the preliminary English test. I just want to show you how we can make a video and then quickly distribute it to our students. So let's take a scenario. We want to give the students some advice about the PET exam, the preliminary English test, and so we're going to talk them through the oral exam and the first part of the oral exam. So we're making a little Flipped Classroom mini lecture about the oral exam. So to do this, I'm just going to open up some information about the exam, and I've got some here, and I'm going to bring that on full screen on. I'm now going to mark out an area where I want to sort of talk about, so I'm just going to focus on this here. Click on the record button, and I'm going to do a mini lecture talking about the exam. Okay, just want to go through some of the important things when you do the PET exam. And as you know, in the first part, the examiner is going to ask you a few questions. These are normally about very familiar topics. Let me just talk about some of the types of topics they might ask you questions about. It's very often, very frequent for the first topic questions to be around about something about your hometown, where you are from, what's interesting about your hometown, whether it's the city or the countryside, etc. Another area that you'll get a lot of questions about often is your family, and that the first question is very common. Can you tell me about your family? So questions around family, it's really worth practicing those. Another typical question area will be work and study. So questions about what do you do, whether you're a student. For example, often they ask questions about why you're learning English or for how long you've been learning English, etc. Okay, obviously I could go on. You can see that I've made the video. Let me just check. Now I'm going to share this on YouTube, and I can literally just add my accounting, which I've already done. So I click on send to YouTube, and I'm just going to write in here pet exam, and the same here, just going to put that as the description, and I'm also going to write it here as the tag, just to do that quickly. Now I'm going to choose for it to send me the URL, and this is the crucial thing. When this video is uploaded, the URL, the actual link to that video on YouTube, will be sent to me. So I click on this button here, and the video is almost immediately uploaded onto the YouTube account, and you'll see that it's going to tell me that the video is ready and already on YouTube. Now that means if I was now to share that link, because that link has been sent to me and copied into my clipboard, well, what do I mean by that? Let me show. I've just gone on to Google, and I'm going to right click and paste, because I told you the video link has been sent to my clipboard. So I could send that in an email, or I could put that onto Moodle or put it onto Edmodo, simply share it with my students. If I click on that video, there it is, already online. And that's one of the reasons why I really like working with Snagit. The integration with YouTube is great. I know other tools do the same. All I'm saying is that this has been a tool that's been very reliable, and I'm really happy with, and I'm happy about the quality of. Okay, I really hope that emphasizes the point about how easy this stuff is, how easy it is with screencasts, and how easy it is to distribute and get the content up online. I literally mark out the area, do my recording, click on the button, bang, the video is up into YouTube. I can then of course embed that into my blog, or embed that into my website, or simply send the link to the students. I'm literally able to do first the recording and then the distribution really quickly, and that's why the flipped classroom is actually a lot easier to do than it might initially seem. I'm coming to the end of my talk now. I want to emphasize, any screen capture tool. Screen capture is not the only thing that we do when we create content. I wanted to focus on that aspect because obviously it's an area that I know quite a lot about, and I've worked with a lot of these tools. And of course, teacher training videos is full of screen capture technologies. And I wanted to emphasize the point how easy it is for you to make content and to think about flipping one or two of your lessons. As we've said before, just sort of talk about a few things. First of all, the activities in the class are hard to think up. We get great training in English language teaching and in modern foreign language teaching generally, and so we are good at thinking about what activities we're going to do in the class to process and use the information. But it is a challenge, and it certainly was a challenge when I was working at the University of Westminster with the team of teachers who didn't have a teaching background, obviously lecturers at university, and they struggled with what are we going to do. So it is difficult to think of those activities. Secondly, in the flipped classroom, maybe we can make even the learning that takes place at home a little bit more collaborative. I suspect that some students are already doing that. In other words, that you might set up an activity where the students go home and they watch a video about the pet or first certificate or whatever, but actually in terms of the activities they do, they may end up collaborating with other students and talking on Skype, etc. And we've actually found evidence that they are doing that. Building the learning content around the videos. It's not enough simply just to upload a video online, make that accessible to the students. No, you need to build a content around it. What are they going to do with that video? Are they going to take notes with that video? Are they going to write a summary of it? Are they going to record a summary or do a podcast? What exactly are they going to do? You can't just expect them to watch a video at home and simply to access it and be ready for the classroom. No, if we're going to encourage them to watch these videos as well, we really need to think about the content that goes around the video. How do we package it? Another interesting thing is, just because you're using the technology out of the classroom doesn't mean to say you can't use the technology in the class. In a couple of activities that I've tried out, for example, using the scenario of the first certificate in the class, I got the students to record themselves doing first certificate examinations, with one of them being the examiner and the other students being one student being the interlocutor and the other two students being the students. One thing I did when I did that, because when I first started, it was a disaster because there was too much noise in the class. I allowed students to go out of the room, find a space, reenact their recordings, and then we played them in the classroom. So you can use the technology in the class, just because it's a blended learning, and there is an aspect of blended learning to this. You know, just like you don't have to always use technology at home. It might be them accessing a podcast, but then just taking notes, or them writing a series of questions to ask you. So it doesn't have to be that everything at home has to be online. The same in the classroom. It doesn't have to be that you don't bring technology into the class and use that in the group work, pair work activities, etc. And one last sort of food for thought, and something that's come out of my small amounts of practice in English for academic purposes for the flipped classroom, is that I got caught out a few times with fast groups. In other words, they'd go home, they'd watch the content, they'd come in, I'd set up these group work activities, and one class would finish before, one group would finish before the other. One of the things I've learned now is to always have some additional materials ready if you're going to do a flipped classroom, because, you know, it is a lot of work. It's not something you're going to want to do all the time, but you do need to make sure you've got plenty of material available in case they move on and they need another activity to do, because some groups are still working on the previous activity. Last slide has some relevance to language teaching, emphasising the point, not suggesting we flip all the classes, think it can work in certain parts. Start small and look for relevant areas. It may fit in to certain parts of our teaching and learning, and it may help students to develop their autonomy. And it may reflect a little bit on the way that learning is going to go and the demands of our students in the future. I've put some references here. I'm presuming that we're going to be sharing these links, but I've given you a couple of videos that give really nice explanations of the flipped classroom, a couple of really nice articles, and there's also some videos here on how to use Snagit. I'm not quite sure what we're planning to do with these presentations. I'm presuming at some point we're going to make them available to students. If not, please email me and I will send you a copy of this presentation. And just sort of find out a little bit about me. So I've got a website, teachertrainingvideos.com, and you can Twitter me. It's Russell1955. People always think that was the year of my birthday, but it wasn't. It was the year that Chelsea won the league for the first time. I'm going to stop there. Thank you very much.
So, Russell, you're going to stop there talking
and I'll
about
see
Chelsea
if there's any
then,
questions now that anyone wants to ask. It was a bit difficult to be following the questions in the window.
Now, yeah, there's just a few things, Russell.
I don't really want to talk about Chelsea after yesterday. I was there as well.
English
Terrible.
online
Terrible.
simulation. Some people will talk about Joxy and Habit RPG. Do you know of any other or any views on online simulation? Oh, definitely not. I'm just writing down what I read, so...
I don't, I'm afraid. I'm not the one to ask for that. I've kind of got my specialist areas that I work in, and it's not one of them.
Yeah. So any other questions?
You might know more than I
do. Russell, a great presentation. Yes, great. And yeah,
right,
this slideshow will be available on the site on EFL Magazine. We'll make it available for people on the landing page, and also this will be recorded as well, so people can play it back. And yeah, I don't know. Is there anything else there? Any other questions before
great.
Russell leaves us? Thank you too. Great. What about audio recorders? Quick question from Jaron Alda.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a lovely podcasting tool called Audio Boom. Audio Boom with an M, which is actually from a very big organisation, so it's pretty stable. I would definitely recommend that for the podcasting and for the if you just want to do simple podcasting recordings. Audio Boom,
do you have an email
really
address,
good tool,
Russell,
and I've been very pleased with the results. In fact, I'm even thinking of signing up and having a proper account with them, because if you have a proper account, you can also link it into iTunes and have your podcasts available on iTunes as well. So that's definitely worth looking into.
Yeah, please just write it in there. Russell at teachertrainingvideos.com. And yes, please do go to Russell's site and interact and watch the videos and go to his lectures.
Yes, they can. They can contact me
on Russell's article
Russell@teachertrainingvideos.com. Russell@teachertrainingvideos.com. I write it in the window.
So thanks, Russell. Talk to you soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks. Bye. So that's great. Thank you very much to Russell. So I just want to go back here and talk for just a minute about if we're having any technical issues.
Aha, that's right. Yes, I've got an article in there. Lovely.
This is.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob. Yes. Yes, so tips to improve your experience. Close down everything else, Skype, Facebook, etc. Leave the room and come back in. Oh, Sunny used to be Russell's student. Try a different browser. So I find that Google Chrome works okay for me. Firefox not so well. I don't know about Internet Explorer. But I don't use Internet Explorer for anything. And when all else fails, clear your cache or turn off your computer and start again. So coming up next, we have, and I'll just show you the program here. Well, we're almost halfway through. Oh, so coming up next is not Sylvia, it's Chuck, calling all the way from the States, and Chuck should be coming online anytime soon, sometime soon. So we just wait for Chuck to get ready. I'll just mention some of the sponsors here. The Edge, with Ian Simpson there. It's a tracking and data analysis software. Integrating technology from Dr. Nelly, who we'll be talking to after we've heard from Chuck, and also Gallery Teachers and ITDI, which Chuck, I'm sure, will tell you more about in a few minutes. So, just waiting for Chuck to come here. Yeah, Chuck, can you raise your hand? One second. So I just got a suggestion there from Troy. Thanks, Troy. Incognito mode in a browser allows people not to clear their cache, which will clear all your cookies with the banks, etc., and make you jump through more hoops and logging in. So, okay. No, so no sign of Chuck yet. So I don't know. We'll wait for a few moments, maybe for Chuck to see if he's coming online. If he doesn't, we can take a break, possibly for a few moments and come back. I know I had there's a few comments saying that we didn't schedule a break. Yeah, thanks, Rob. We can hear you sing. Yeah. Is that so? Okay, we can take a break maybe for a few minutes. Oh, thank you. Yeah, okay. All right. So just to mention who we've coming up, Nelly is coming up after Chuck, if Chuck comes online, and Nelly will be talking about Moodle. Oh, Chuck has just come on. Yes, and then Jamie will be talking about. He's here. Yes. So getting students a short audio clip somewhere like G. I saw Jason Levine uses Vocaroo in his close for audio clips. I don't know what Vocaroo is. Better teacher. Oh, I see a dark.
Hello.
Dark square.
Hello. Hello, hello.
We can hear Chuck. Can we?
I've been in the room. Can anybody hear me?
Hear Chuck. No.
Hello there, James. I don't know why. Let me try to turn something up here.
Oh, a bit loud.
Hello.
Not loud enough for
me. Okay, great, good. I was in the room before, but something something wasn't worried. Muffled and loud, huh?
Okay, Angelica, you can see him and hear him. No, I can't. Rob can't.
A bit loud. How about?
Okay.
Can you see me? I can't hear. I can't hear.
Or see him. Some people can't.
Hear and see. Okay, good. I can't hear and see me, but that's all right. Hello, Angelica. How are you?
I don't know what's happening.
I can't see much. Shall I go out and come back in?
So any suggestions, Rob, what we can do here? Maybe you need
to
start. Okay.
I haven't seen anyone. Was there video? So somebody says.
Maybe we'll try and restart.
Why don't I leave?
Chuck and we'll come
Thank
back
you.
In and,
I'm going to leave and come back. Is that good?
Meantime,
because something
Chuck,
seems to be a little
you can
wrong.
Take it away. I'll stop talking. Thanks.
Philip, maybe you need to restart. Yeah, I was here in the room during Russell's presentation too. Okay. Maybe I should restart. What do you think? The volume. Can everybody hear me? Can anybody see me? I'm very loud, someone says. I'm getting mixed user experiences from a lot of people out here. Some people say I'm too loud, or some people say it sounds like I'm in the bath and very loud. Just you're gone, yeah. All over the world, the video is okay. That's good. Do I look all right? I can't see myself. And how is the light behind me? I'm recording. I'm presenting for the very first time. My volume is down really, really low. How about right now? Does that work for you? That's better. Okay. I trust James Taylor. Okay, good. Wonderful. As you should, yes. I've known James for a long time, so I know that I can trust him. I'm not in a usual place. I'm usually in Japan in the middle of nowhere. Now I'm in New York State in the middle of nowhere. It's a beautiful day out here. I'm at my parents' house, New York State, not too far from Niagara Falls. And it's a lovely Sunday morning. I'm speaking. Joanne, some people can't hear me, but I'm just going to keep talking. Someone is speaking, yes. Okay, I'm going to go back to slide 1, actually. And what I'm going to talk about today is the 10 principles that guide my teaching online and offline, and that guide 2 of the organizations that I work with and from. And one is the International Teacher Development Institute, and the other is galleryteachers.com. So, and I'm not sure why the media player just popped up, but I'm going to close that. There we go. And everyone here, you've heard some great presentations. So some really fabulous people that I have the pleasure of working with, and a couple of new people around as well here. And I want to just thank Philip Pound and EFL Magazine for organizing this fabulous online summit this weekend. And I'm sorry that I haven't been able to attend any of the sessions except mine, but I'm going to be watching the recordings later. Looking forward to that. As I said, I'm in New York State, and it's kind of a wonky time zone for me. So here we go. Let me just continue. Every teacher matters, and this is principle number one. Every teacher matters and deserves the chance to become a better teacher. One of the amazing things about the world we live in right now is that I can be sitting here in my parents' house in Western New York State talking to all of you all over the world. And one of the reasons I got involved in online teacher development is because it became a fabulous way to reach teachers around the world. Previously, I'd spent a lot of time going to conferences and doing workshops and flying somewhere to visit places and work with teachers, and fly in, fly out. And that has its usefulness, but at the same time, it's limited, isn't it? Because not everybody can come, not everybody has money, and the people that do tend to show up at conferences, face-to-face conferences and workshops, are people with money, are people of privilege, are people with academic backgrounds. And I love conferences, and I love the people who organize conferences, and I love going to them when I can. And yet, the people who do go there do not represent the mass of teachers around the world. Most of the teachers around the world are not able to come to conferences. They often do not have an academic background. And through online teacher work, I've been able, through my organizations, to reach into 92 different countries and to work with teachers from all around the world. And this is just a fabulous thing. Those of you who know something about me know that I've written some course books for publishers like Cambridge University Press and Cengage Learning, and that's wonderful. And I used to see when I would go to the teacher days that were sponsored by the publisher, that people would ride the bus for hours and hours and hours to come and attend. And as I mentioned, I live in the middle of nowhere, Japan, and I don't have a chance to work with teachers very often from where I live face to face. So online has been an incredible world, and it's not just a way to develop a business or to develop your teaching, but it's a way to reach out and help teachers around the world. And at ITDI and Gallery Teachers, we firmly believe every teacher matters, not just the teachers who can afford to come to conferences, not just the teachers who have academic degrees. And these days, we often hear a lot about a controversy between native speakers Hello, are we okay? I lost my internet connection for a second. Can everybody hear me? Okay. All right. We can always become better teachers, everyone, including the people who are presenting here, the people who are in the room, and it's our job to work together to become better teachers. Next slide should be coming right up in just a second. Although it doesn't seem to be moving. No video, someone says. Philip, if you're around in the room, I'm unable to move. There we go. We are all, I'm going to go back to slide 3. We can all become better teachers. Here we go. We are all learners. Learners learn better together. Every one of us is a learner. And this is kind of a cliche almost these days, isn't it? That we are all lifelong learners, but it's an important point to remember. We're all learners and that we learn better together in community. So one of the things that this is a wonderful community that's come together. I've sort of scrolled down through this and I see people from all over the world. It's wonderful when we have an event like this that brings together a community that forms around an event like this. And then after a couple of days, after the online summit is over, we disperse and go back out into the world and do other things. A community forms around things that Dr. Nellie does. A community forms around the things that Philip does with EFL Magazine. But these long-lasting communities where we learn together provide us an opportunity to really grow together in ways that we can hardly even imagine. And we are all learners. We learn better together. And we learn better in community as well. So what happens with an organization like ITDI is that a community has developed around ITDI, and because we've now been around online for 3 years, almost going on 4, we have a reach of people who are constantly learning things together. We just put some things, we have some classes, we have EFL cert programs, and yet the learners themselves take it further and learn together in ways that we love. And this gets us to our next point, which is that we can all be leaders. Everyone. I have told this story many times in many ways about a community activist named Bob Stilger, who I encountered several years ago and who's had a great effect on my thinking. And he said, in every community, there are leaders just waiting to be asked to step forward and lead. There are leaders in every community waiting to be asked to step forward and lead. And I have found this to be absolutely true. In the work that I've been doing with ITDI in the past several years, again and again, people step up. They say, okay, how can I be involved? What can I do to help? And we say, what can you do? What would you like to do? So we have lots of writers and we have teachers who step up to work and become leaders in their own school. So that's this definition on one level. But on another level, there's also this. That all of us, as teachers, we have been called to serve. We're working in an amazing profession, a wonderful profession where we are leaders. But we also work in situations where we get beaten down, and we work in societies that really don't value the work that we do. And so it's very important to have support from within a community to help us grow as the leaders that we are called to be. I'll go back just a minute here to say a bit more about the horizontal communities that we've been building in ITDI and Gallery Teachers. And here I see as well horizontal communities when anyone can step forward and share their knowledge. That's a very good question. If we all become leaders, who will be our followers? Well, you know what? There are, what, 7 billion people in the world. And we all need to be a leader for each other. It's not a matter of, people think about leadership as one person out in front leading other people, and that's just not the way it works at all. Yeah, a guide. A guide is a good message. But what I want to say is that we empower each other by stepping forward and being leaders. We empower others by giving people who do not feel like they have the ability to be a leader a role of responsibility, whether it's presenting at a conference, whether it's taking their ideas forward. There are teachers around the world who are not known. No one knows their name. No one knows the good work they're doing. And in previous generations, and even, 15, maybe even 10 years ago, those teachers worked in complete anonymity. But now, because of social media, because of platforms like RizIQ, because of the work that so many are doing, because of the work that we're doing at ITDI and Gallery Teachers, these teachers are able to step forward, share their ideas, and lead others. And we live in a world where we're in desperate need of leadership. And I'm spending a little bit of time on this question that someone asked a few minutes ago, that if we're all leaders, who do we lead? Well, we lead each other. We lead each other in community to build structures that are helpful, that really not only take the profession forward, but take the world forward in good directions as well. And that's because community works. Community works. This goes back to another early founding statement of ITDI. And for those of you who don't know what ITDI is, just let me spell it out. It's the International Teacher Development Institute, and I'll put a link to it here. You can have a look. This statement also goes back to Bob Stilger, the community activist, who said, and I paraphrase, "Whatever the problem, community is the answer." You may remember that back in 2011, there was a horrible tragedy that took place in Japan with the earthquake and tsunami that happened after that. Bob Stilger and others from his organization came and worked in that area. And within the community, they found answers to solve a lot of the incredibly horrible problems that had occurred. If we wait for governments, if we wait for the so-called leaders to help us, things take an awful long time, and we're often led into solutions that are not very helpful, really, because it's not what the community needs. But if we reach within our communities to pull out leaders, to pull out solutions, then We come up with ways that work, and we're able to help each other. So we learn together. We learn better together. We can all be leaders, and community works. Bob Stilger worked with tsunami survivors in the northern areas of Japan that were hardest hit. He put people together in something he called future community workshops. And they came up with the best solutions for their work. What does this have to do with teaching? Well, everything. Because within communities like ITDI and Gallery Teachers, we work with teachers to help them solve the problems that they have, not to give them advice about things that don't really matter to them. One of the problems with the previous model of where an expert would come in and work with teachers for a few days, an expert who knows nothing about a local context and the problems that teachers face there. An expert would come in, offer some solutions, answer questions that nobody had asked, and then would fly out. And then what happens? Not much. Not much change takes place. People are excited for a couple of days. They may try some new activities out in class, but no real change happens. But when we work over the long term in a community with teachers, helping them to not only solve the problems that they have, but to allow them to share their local knowledge, the things that they've been learning in their own context with the wider world on platforms like WizIQ, to share ideas in EFL magazine, to present online in online summits like this, or in the ITDI Summer Intensive that we have. When these teachers are able to share their ideas, change happens because they find people that these ideas resonate with, and they find collaborators to work with in other countries, and we start to see change happening. A story I go back to often is the story of Kiran Bersethi in India, who works in India. my internet connection for a minute, but hopefully I'm back. Can you all hear me? Okay, great. So the point of the Kiran Bersethi story is that everyone can be a leader. Teachers matter. And that the work we do with each other is incredibly important, and not only in our own communities, but can spread all over the world. All teachers are impatient. We get, I'm just responding to a comment that came up in the chat window about impatience. Things go wrong with technology. Things go wrong in our own classroom. No, it's everyone, because we want everything to work perfectly. We want it to work now. We want change to happen fast. We don't want delays. We don't want things to happen. We don't want things to slow down. And it's not just about equipment. It's about the time we invest. It's about the work we're doing. And so this is a perfect example, really, of how community works. We are all isolated in wherever we happen to be at this moment, whatever time it happens to be, and we're focused on our own little concerns. Are things working? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Why can't I have this situation? Well, you don't know what I mean. Yet we have to try to understand that we're all have different contexts. We're all trying our best to work together and make change. So community works. And this is the next principle of ITDI, and it just leads right into this, that education matters and leads to change. We see this again and again in the work we do with teachers around the world. And I'm going to use the word developing world for lack of a better word. But when I say that word, I mean teachers who are working in villages, often very isolated, teachers working in areas of various forms of impoverishment. And I need to say that the developing world doesn't mean a gap between countries like the United States and Japan and the UK and the rest of the world now, because there are certainly impoverished, unconnected areas in the United States, in Japan, in Great Britain, all around the world. So it's not a geographic thing. It's more of a perceptual thing. I'm sitting here in a very rural area of New York State right now. And if I look out my window, all I see is farms. And I don't see much connection happening here. This is not what you would think of as an impoverished area at all. And yet it is in many ways, because there's not much community happening unless someone goes ahead and builds it. I live in the same sort of area in Japan, and most places I visit in the world. Recently, I was in Italy, which is not what anyone would consider part of the developing world. Yet when I visit a school, it's very, very isolated, and it's only through communities like this, communities like ITDI, any online or face-to-face practice community, that people start to come together and work in ways that bring change. That's right, Judy. You're in New York City, and I am in a place called North Boston, New York, not too far from Niagara Falls. Yes, online communities are absolutely amazing. We have so much power. And even in these online communities, we tend to think that the work we do has limited value, but this is not true at all. And if we had several hours, I could tell you stories upon stories of teachers who step up. They take a more active role in online communities like ITDI, and they become leaders in their school. They go on to become change makers in their own communities, and change happens. It's amazing. And my work really in online communities is to facilitate this change. And the reason I'm going through these principles is I'm kind of speaking to the choir, so to speak, here, because you are already here, and most of you I see, I know, are people who are active in online communities already. And yet, there are 56 people in this room here right now. Where are the millions of other teachers who are not connected? Where are they? And what can we do to reach out and pull them in and help them make change as well? This is the age-old question. But if we really want to create change, if we really want to help each other become better, we need to reach a little further outside of our own communities. And this is true for online communities as well. We need to reach out beyond what we're already doing and pull some other people in. So I'm here really today to issue a call to action to you to do that, to reach out beyond the people who are here in this room, to reach out beyond the people who are already working with you in your communities, and to bring some other people in and help them by being a mentor to them in whatever ways that work. I'm also here to ask for your help, if you're able to, because we also believe that those who have are called to share with those who don't. Some of us have been given some amazing resources that have been blessed with some real opportunities. Most haven't. So we need to reach out to the people. I'm going back to the very first slide that I had about every teacher matters. It's not, we don't mean just teachers with money. We don't mean teachers with degrees. We don't mean teachers in first world connected communities. We mean everyone. Everyone matters. And if we're ever going to change the world in any way that really makes a difference, then we have to bring everybody in. Yes, I see people saying that's why I became a teacher. So we need to share what we have with those who feel like they don't have anything. That's why at the International Teacher Development Institute, ITDI, we give away a scholarship for our online courses to anybody who asks for one. In some of the classes, up to 75% of the people who are taking the class are on scholarship. And the tuitions that people who can pay, those allow us to give more scholarships to more people. We also have an ITDI patron scheme, for want of a better word, where we allow people the privilege of giving ITDI as little as $1, as much as $1,000 to help us reach out to more teachers. This isn't a money-making thing. It's a firm commitment to helping teachers become better teachers so that they can become leaders, who can become change makers, who can make the world a better place. That's exactly, Judy. That's my line. One teacher, one school, one community at a time. You can see our beliefs here on the slide. As teachers develop their craft, becoming more skilled, inspired, and motivated, the overall quality of education improves as well. All teachers, no matter what their background or income level, deserve equal access to professional development. Our mission is to provide real opportunities for each and every teacher who wants to improve their teaching, whether or not they are able to pay for it themselves. And if you go to ITDI and click on the read more about ITDI's mission statement, you can find out more there. But we work with teachers who also personally give back a lot to the worldwide community at large. One of our faculty members at ITDI is Stephen Krashen, world famous Stephen Krashen. You've probably heard of him, have read his books, and know a lot about him. Well, it turns out he's one of the most approachable, lovable guys on this planet. He did an ITDI course. We had over 100 people taking the course. And we generally share our tuition fees with the instructor. Stephen said, no, just keep that money and give it back to the community. Not only that, please make my course freely available to anyone who would like to watch it. So this is a gift that Stephen Krashen has given. You could go to a conference and pay a lot of money to hear Stephen Krashen speak. And that would be, a lot of people can do that, most can't. But if you go to the ITDI site, you can take a free course with Stephen Krashen. And that's not the only one, but it's just a really good example. And this leads me to say that we can all do this. We can all give something back. We're not all Stephen Krashen. We all don't have a famous name, but we can all give something back. And I know a lot of people are here at the summit thinking about building an online teaching business, and that's fabulous. That's fabulous. But as you think about building your business and creating a structure that can bring in the resources and the revenue that you need for your own life and your own needs, also consider giving something back to the community at large and to the world in some way, whatever it can be. We all have the ability to do this. Sometimes, and usually, it's not money, but maybe it's some of your time. Maybe it's the willingness to be a mentor to an unconnected teacher in an impoverished area. And again, by impoverished, I mean unconnected, lonely, feeling beat down. Reach out to one of those teachers and give something back by helping a person. So we can give money, we can give time, we can
All right. I think we lost audio here. Phil, are you around? I'm going to take advantage and go into the folder here and see if I got Jamie's.
I'm here. Yeah.
And just make sure.
I should be back. Am I back?
Oh, Chuck
yes,
is
you
back,
are.
I think.
Yes, you are. Great. Thanks.
Yes. Okay. I lost my slide. I have an internet issue where things keep coming out and coming back, but setting up the ideal home office, that's not me. I can't find my slides, Nellie. There we go. All right. Yeah, I'm sorry. I got kind of a wonky internet situation here, but I recently connected my parents online with a Wi-Fi, and it's not the best or the fastest in the world, but it does work. So if I happen to go out again, just hang on a bit, and I'll be right back. So we've been working together to figure out some ways that we can collaborate. And you'll be seeing more of that in the future. You'll be seeing writers from ITBI and gallery teachers working more with EFL Magazine and vice versa. And if you'd like to get involved in the work that we're doing in some way, just drop me a line. The best way to do that is on Facebook. You can find me, Chuck Sandy, ChuckSandy. I think there's another Chuck Sandy on Facebook, but he doesn't look like me. If anything you've heard today or any of the work that you've seen me doing resonates with you and you'd like to get involved, just drop me a line and say, Chuck, what can I do? And we'll talk, we'll have a conversation, and I'm sure we'll come up with some ways that you can help. Meanwhile, at Gallery Teachers, we have a subscribe free, pay if you can model. With Gallery Teachers, what we've done, we've closed all the unnecessary windows, all of them. It's just the Wi-Fi here. It just goes in and out. If I could show you out the window where I am, maybe I just will, you can see there's just nothing out there. So it's not a matter of my own computer. It's, I'm just going to finish up in a minute. It's not the Wi-Fi, it's not that either. It's the Wi-Fi actually cuts off. So it helps me. I'm in the sticks. The Wi-Fi actually cuts off. And actually being here and trying to do some work this week has helped me to understand the situation that most people in the world are in. In my home in Japan, I'm very lucky to have wonderful, high-powered, super fast Wi-Fi. And yet most of the teachers in the world aren't, are they? And again, that's one of the reasons that we have built ITBI and Gallery Teachers to operate on any computer and any operating system. A great resource and materials developers from around the world who've come together to create resources for teachers. So if you go to www.galleryteachers.com, I'll just type that in here for you. You can sign up free, and once you sign up, you're able to access 3 free activity sheets. We call them activity sheets, but there's others, myself included, that you can download for free, up to 3 lesson plans or activity sheets that you can print out and take right into class. And if you're able to pay, if you're able to but I see myself, and I'm just assuming that people can hear me. You know what? I got a couple of minutes, so I think maybe I'm going to go out and come back in. Should I do that?
Hey, Chuck. Hey, Chuck, could you do me a favor if you can hear me? Could you mute your webcam? It sometimes helps. And yes, you should refresh. That would also help.
Okay.
Thanks.
Hello, Chuck.
Yeah. Without the webcam.
Yes.
Don't give him the webcam. It's
Hello. Okay, good.
It's better if you just give him the mic.
Well, anyway, I'm finished. I'm done.
Okay.
I'm all set. Can you hear me, everybody?
Okay, Chuck. Yes.
Hello?
Thank you. Thank you for.
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. I think. Yeah, we might get a couple of minutes.
Sorry about that. The technical difficulty.
Hello. Hello, Chuck. Can you hear me? Yes.
I'm here.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, it was a little bit of pity that you just cut out a little bit during the presentation, but it's a pleasure as always. Are you there?
Very much. Very much. It's been a pleasure to be here, and I wish you a lot of luck with the rest of everything this weekend for the presentation coming up, and just thank you for organizing this, Philip. It's such a wonderful thing. And Nellie, Dr. Nellie, for putting everything together online. Thank you so much. And for everybody who's here, and the audio is great now. That's good to hear. And I'm sorry that if there were some technical difficulties for someone, we all need to be patient with that. But yeah, do find me on Facebook. I can give you a link to my own Facebook account. If you hang on just a second, I'm pretty easy to find. And if you do connect with me on Facebook, I'd appreciate it if you would send me a message to tell me who you are so that I know that how we've connected. But in addition to Facebook, I really hope that you'll come in and connect with the communities on ITBI at itbi.pro and at Gallery Teachers, galleryteachers.com. And I would really be happy if you would join up. Both are free, and I'd be very grateful if you would spread the word. So there's itbi.pro. How can I join a team, Sunny Sun? Just ask, and you're a member of the team. And just get in contact with me and let me know what you would like to do. If I can't help you directly, I will put you in in touch with people like Barbara Hoffman, Dr. Moto, who can help
Great,
you.
Chuck. Thank you.
GalleryTeachers.com.
Yeah, we'll have all the details. Yeah, thanks, Chuck. We'll have all the details
Okay, thanks a lot.
afterwards. And yeah, please do get in contact with Chuck and check out ITDI, and please become a member. And Chuck, talk to you soon. Thank you. GalleryTeachers.com.
GalleryTeachers.com.
All right, thanks, Chuck. Cheers.
Okay, great. Thanks again.
No, happy holidays, Chuck. Yeah, thank you. To Chuck, yes. Thank you for everybody for holding on. Oh, hold on, I'll just turn on my camera here. Here. Thank you for everyone for holding on. We're second last now, penultimate presentation. Just before we move on, I just want to mention who's coming up next. See where we're at. Summit. Here we go. So Nelly is coming up. Happy holidays, Nelly, to you too. Nelly is coming up next, and finally we have Jamie coming up at 4 p.m. GMT, which is 1 a.m. here. And just want to put a shout out to the sponsors, The Edge, Nelly's integrating technology, and of course, as Chuck mentioned there, GalleryTeachers.com and ITDI Pro. And yeah, please do get in contact. Oh, thank you, Jamie. Yeah, it's not so bad. I'm a bit of a night owl anyway. So yeah, just go over a few technical things. And let me see. So basically, if you're having problems, log out, log back in. Here we go. Thanks, Rob. Yeah, tips to improve your experience. Close down everything, Skype, Facebook, etc. Leave the room and come back in. Try a different browser, or don't use IE, basically. When all else fails, clear your cache or turn off your computer and start again. Great. And yeah, we're almost ready for Nelly. Whenever she's ready to come on, she's the backbone of everything that goes on online. Oh, here we go. You.
Hello, everybody. Yes, I'm doing great. Even though my video's there, I think that we should really get rid of our videos. I think it's just making the class really. Like
so
my,
you've been very
video, okay? I'm muted.
Hey, not just on this conference, but you've been doing other things.
Yes, I just came back from Learning Together, in fact. I think Van Stevens is here. I just gave a session in between everything on Zoom. I don't know if you've heard of Zoom.
Oh.
But yes, it's an interesting tool. For yeah, you love Jake.
Somebody mentioned Zoom yesterday, actually, didn't they?
Yeah, I think they did.
Zoom.
Yeah.
Oh, what was it, Jamie or Frank? Frank, if he's there, was Frank mentioned Zoom? I can't remember now. So, yeah, what is Zoom, Ellie?
What is Zoom?
Oh, Jack ask you maybe.
Could be. Zoom is just a meeting. You know, it's completely different from a webinar. Everybody's involved. I mean, you can't really have a meeting with everybody's camera open if you've got, well, you could technically, but if you've got, you know, people from all over the world, let's say 50 people would be a bit difficult, but it's possible on Zoom. So it's a
Sorry, no, go ahead.
No, I said it's a VC. It's like with IQ, Adobe Connect, WebEx, GoToMeeting. Did I miss anyone? VB, Collaborate.
Okay. So tell me, I'm sure many people here know you. Can you give us a rundown on what you do and what you specialize in?
That's a very
I'm
good
sure
question.
it would take a long.
Yeah, that's a very good question. What do you do? Well, you know, like most people, I sleep, even though a lot of people think I don't. But I do. See, I knew somebody would write that in the chat. But I do sleep. I sleep. What people don't know is that I have 3 kids, generally 2 daughters and a son. And I'm going to be talking about that a little bit. That's in the slides at the beginning, a little bit about me. So I'm very involved in helping teachers, and I've been doing this for a number of years, mentoring teachers either one-on-one or in MOOCs that I organize or online conferences or anywhere I can. I really believe that as a teacher, I want to bring as many teachers online as I can. Just like Chuck mentioned, you know, I think that it's lonely, kind of, you know, we want everybody in our neighborhood, you know, all the teachers in our schools, you know, to come online and you know, have fun together. As Van says, learn together, you know. So that's something that I've been involved in, and that's what I do.
Okay, great. Well, I'm really looking forward to the presentation, so I'll leave you to it, and I'll talk to you afterwards.
Okay. So welcome, everyone. Welcome to this amazing initiative that Phil came up with. I think it's really a good idea. And what I'm going to start with is the fact that teachers care. Think about yourself. You're a teacher, and what you do involves caring about people. And it doesn't matter whether they are young learners in school, out of school, people on the street. You are caring individuals. So if you could just give me a thumbs up. You can also give yourself a star if you're a caring teacher. So we've got. And if you think you're not a caring teacher, you can put your thumbs down. Don't be ashamed. I did, but that's not true. Okay, great. Sabrina gave herself a star. And that's what we should do. We should really give ourselves lots of stars because we are. We're amazing people. So I dedicate this to all the teachers, whether online, here in this class, or anywhere in the world, because you're wonderful. I'm going to be discussing a little bit about background, teachers' needs, let them teach, Moodle sites, my Moodle sites, support, authentic hands-on learning, rewards, and feedback. How does that sound? And feel free to use the chat box because that's what I do most of the time, so I'm fine with it. A little background, for those who don't know what the ED.D stands for, it's a doctorate in education, and I specialize in education leadership, which means that I could be basically a principal, and if you know me, you know that I hate school, so that I could be a principal of a school. Should be an interesting school if I would be the principal. And curriculum and instruction. My dissertation was based on blended learning and the use of technology in higher education. I have a master's in education and technology, a BA in EFL, and well, actually, no, that's another master's. Sorry about that. My master's focused on, the other master's, on reading comprehension in EFL. And my BA is in literature and linguistics. So you can see that I started out with literature and I changed. And I think that's what happens to a lot of English language teachers. but it also happens to others who come into teaching. So if you could just add in the chat box, did you dream that one day you would be a teacher? If it's true, put a thumbs up. If it's not true, put a thumbs down. So I can put a thumbs down because I never dreamed that I would be a teacher. Never, ever, ever. But I'm so glad that's what I went into. So you can see a lot of thumbs down, thumbs up. It's almost the same. And Troy doesn't really know. Okay. So a little background there. Professional affiliations, and you can see that they also vary. And I think that people don't know this about me. So I think these are the things that people don't know. That I'm involved in the International Leadership Association, and I'm probably going, I may be chair of something of the education stream that they have. I'm also on the executive committee of EdMedia. Has anyone heard of EdMedia? Anyone with EdMedia? It's an amazing organization. They have conferences around the world. EdMedia, the wiki. Look it up. Their next conference is in Vancouver. It's generally around the 25th of June. This year's the 27th. I'm also on the TESOL call. Anybody know what call stands for? Feel free to add it in the chat box. Yeah, that's interesting, Judy. You've been teaching one thing or the other. Actually, I wanted to be a social worker. I mean, that's what I started out as. Social work before chemistry. Exactly, Sabrina, very good. Computer-assisted language learning, that's what it is. And I'm also on the ITEFL Young Learner TSIG, which is like TESOL, but it's ITEFL. And I coordinate the website and webinars. And that's where I use Adobe Connect. So I actually use WizIQ for my own purpose, and I also use Adobe now. I've been teaching ESL for 38 years. Yes, time flies. I taught from, I guess, little kids from grade school, and I kind of found myself in high school. Love teaching in high school. I think that kids are amazing. Yeah, it's been a while. Yes, I can't believe it myself. For someone who didn't want to teach, I really, stuck to it. And also higher education. I didn't like higher education as much as high school. I prefer high school because the kids, they challenge you, and higher education is boring for me. I've also taught in community centers for various adults, as well as privately in technical and business. I've also given courses in Intel and Cisco. In Cisco, it was technology and English. I guess you would call it CLIL. So that's that background. I started with technology because technology is really my life. I love gadgets, and I love apps. I think my phone, I must have more apps than anyone in the world, but who knows? I don't know how many apps you have, but I can't count how many I have. I love apps. I love the phone better than the computer. I don't like the computer as much as the phone. I can do a lot more on the phone. You can carry it everywhere, easy to use. I started using a computer in 1986. That's a long time ago, maybe before many of you were born. My husband brought home a computer. He called it an electric typewriter. I want an electric typewriter. And he said, Nellie, I brought you something better. I brought you a computer. What's a computer? I don't know, just play around with it and figure it out. And that's how I started. You started really? Carl, congratulations, 1982. That's great. I'm glad to hear that. In 1992, I started using what's called computer-assisted language learning. I started using the computer labs at my school. Of course, I was the only one in 1992. I'm still the only one in 2015 using the computer labs, but I don't use them so much anymore. Oh, Vance, wow, 1978. I don't use the computer labs anymore because I find apps, mobile devices, a lot better than computers, standalone computers, especially in schools. In 2003, I started using Moodle, and the reason I use Moodle, and I think this is really important, why do we use what we use? Why do you use certain apps in your phone? I mean, think about it. Because I think that's one of the reasons many teachers do not start using technology in the classroom, because they have no reason for it. So why do you use apps in your phone, if you could just add a word or two? Well, Vance, actually, my high school had a computer, but I didn't have a PC until 1986. But I did work with computers. Actually, I worked with AC Nielsen and their computers, so that's interesting. To talk to me. That's true. Yes, we use. That's right. I use my to talk to people through Skype. That's through Skype, through Google Hangouts, through Facebook Messenger, and so on. I use my computer. I mean, my apps, my phone. Oh, great! Lots of history here. Nice. 1967. Wow, wow, wow. I like this. Okay. Great. 1974, Judy? Lovely. Nice. All right. So the reason I started using Moodle is because I had a reason. Someone suggested that, someone asked me actually to connect with her class in Montreal. I was in Toronto at the time. To connect our classes together, so we did. We did literature together. We co-taught a class online using Moodle. And she said, Nellie, just go into Moodle. She gave me admin rights. It was her husband's Moodle. And that's how I got addicted, so to speak, to Moodle. So 2006, I started teaching online with teaching teachers how to teach online using Moodle. 2009, I started Moodle for Teachers. In 2013, I started Moodle MOOC, the first Moodle MOOC in the world. I started, and Martin Dovianis has not forgiven me since, because I did it before he did. What do I do, Phil? You asked. Here it is. I organize MOOCs. You can read webinars, online courses, and conferences. That's what I do. So if you're interested, I do this for free. But there's always a price, right? But if you're interested, that's what I do. If your school's interested, I've been doing this for a number of years. I offer badges and certificates to participants, and they don't just get their certificates or their badges. Everybody really works hard. Is there anyone here that took one of my MOOCs and had to work really hard? If you could just add that in the chat box. I just noticed that I keep going in and out, but I'm here. But my name keeps going in and out. So is there another Nellie here that I don't know about? Someone's using my name. Anyone here? I don't see anybody. All right. So they really have to work really hard to get their badges. And that's what they do, and they enjoy it. They create tutorials that demonstrate active learning. Anybody know what active learning is? Add that in the chat. What is active learning? There are misconceptions about active learning. Some people think that active learning means it's like sports. You're active, you're doing something. No, active learning is more of what's called authentic learning, which means that you're producing something. You're not only repeating the information, but you're using the information to build something. And that's what they have to do. They have to create video tutorials to demonstrate that they're learning something or whatever they're learning. The tools that they use, have been using for the past while, the Screencast-O-Matic, MoveNote, PresentMe, Evernote Small, and eMaze. And whatever is out there, we'll be using it. Now, what do teachers need? You know, Chuck mentioned this, and I'm glad he did, and I think others have also mentioned the fact that many teachers are not online. Well, I would say most teachers are not online. And one of the reasons is they don't know why they should be online. Now, why would I want to be online? What do I get out of it? Okay, so they need to have a reason. One way to encourage teachers to come online is to promise that you will help them. Okay? And this is really, really important. How can you help the teachers in your schools or teachers that you know come online? What can you do? And Chuck was asking that very question. How can you help them? Yes, Rob. Get off your butt. Yes, stop saying but. But. I would go, but I don't have time. But, you know, how many buts do you hear a day when you talk to your colleagues and you tell them, you know, we're having a great time here. We're communicating with people. We're learning together. It's really exciting. You know, why don't you join us? But, okay, so there is a way to help, and this is what I've been doing. Getting teachers online by asking them these questions. And these are some of the questions. How, what? What would you ask a teacher? How, where, when, and how much? So the first question they may ask is, how? What are you doing now? That's not a how, where, when, how much. So one question is how. How can I get online? How do I do this? How? Where do I get online? When do I go online? And how much do I spend online? Now think about yourself. How do you go online? How do you do it? Now you may think, well, isn't it obvious? I don't know what I do, but they need to know because they don't know. So they don't know. They really don't. I mean, what would you tell them? How can you go online? What do you do? How do you do it? Where do you do it? When do you do it? And how much of it do you do? Now these are really questions that are important. So how do you get online? That's the hardest. Well, you turn on your computer. We talked about that, okay? And then, okay, so you turn on your computer, you go into a browser, and I'm not kidding. A lot of teachers are not online because they need that kind of help, okay? They need you to talk to them, you know? And they're not going to ask these questions, but they do think of them. Okay, so next time you talk to one of your colleagues at school, face-to-face, or someone, tell them, you know, how do you do it? Where do you do it? You go on Facebook, you go here, you go there. Okay, help them out. Next, what do teachers do? They really do want to do more than they do in the classroom. They really do. But again, they need to know how, why, where, and when. Of course, why is always the question, why should I do it? That's why I didn't put the why there. Don't tell them why. They'll figure it out when they're there long enough. First thing they need to do is relax. Now, how do you relax? Anyone? I think Rob is going to put the next word there. How do you relax? What do you do? You're in front of the computer, or you're, well, computer is problematic, or you're holding on to a tablet, or you're on your laptop, or wherever, you've got a screen in front of you. How do you relax in front of a screen? Because that's one of the issues that teachers have, and not only teachers, students too, they get fed up. You know, I can't do this. no, this is, no way, I can't. Leave me alone. No, leave me alone. Okay, so how do you get them to relax? Very easy. I do this in the classroom, the physical classroom too, especially before tests, but also before my class to get everybody relaxed, including myself, because I need to relax too. I mean, I have hard days, right? We all do. So how do you do it? I'm not getting any response. Anyone? Show the possibilities. All right, listen, get off. Mindful. People know what I'm going to say. Well, you're going to do it right now. Are you ready? Just let me know if you're ready, and I'll tell you, because you're going to do it. You're in front of a screen right now. Anyone not in front of the screen is not here, okay? So give me a thumbs up if you're ready for the first, just get started. Okay, Peter, thank you. I'm in front of 2 screens. Vance, I'm in front of 2 screens too, and a phone, right? 3 screens. Okay, everybody's ready. All right. Are you sitting? Anyone, is everybody sitting? Just let me know. If you're sitting, put SIT, sit, because you have to be sitting if you're not sitting, okay? SIT, good. Okay, now you're going to let your chair go back. What kind of chairs do you have? What kind of chairs? Do you have moving chairs? It doesn't really matter, but sit on your chair. Okay, on the sofa. Okay, good. Wrong one. All right, what I want you to do is I want you to pick up your legs. Pick up your legs. Shouldn't be too difficult. And make sure that they're higher than your chair. Yeah, you need, that's great, Eva. That's a good chair. Uncomfortable. All right, I just got a new one. Okay, so what you need to do is you put your legs up, and I do this in the classroom. I've had adults. I did this in high school. I also did it at a teacher's college before I got fired at a teacher's college. But at the community college where I work, it was fine. You put up your legs. Oh, it's so relaxing, my God. You put up your legs on the table, but make sure that the table or your desk, whatever, is higher than your butt. Your butt has to be lower. And then you put your arms behind your head, okay? Fold your hands and just put your head back and relax. Oh, gosh. Okay? And stay that way. Okay? Stay that way. Don't fall off the chair, Jay. No, stay that way. Okay? Now, you have to feel comfortable on the platform, whether it's WizIQ, Moodle, whatever it is. You have to do these relaxation, this particular, before, during, and after. You have to, when you're on the platform, feel that you're connecting with your students. It's really important to connect with them. You can't connect with them if you're not there. If you're thinking about all your problems, if you're stressed and you're not relaxed, you cannot be there wholeheartedly. So it's important to relax, and then you're able to connect to the platform, to your students, engage with them, and everything else becomes easy, including assessments and grades. Life becomes easy. And to show you what this pose looks like, there it is. It's called the power pose. Okay, give yourself a big star if you did the power pose. Okay, let's see how many people did the power pose. Great, good for you. Keep it up. Before you go for a job interview, it's really, really powerful. Look it up on the internet. There's a great video there. Maybe someone can find it. They've done research on it. It actually changes your brain, and it relaxes you. You can think better, and people do it. Yeah, there's a TED Talk, exactly so. And there's lots of research on the power pose. And you know this guy? Does he look familiar? That's what he's doing. Notice legs higher than his butt. And of course he's smiling. That's why he's always smiling. Exactly, Frank. Exactly. Because the guy knows how to take care of himself. You know, even when he's not, when you think that he's angry or anything, he's not. Okay, that's the idea. All right, so a little bit about what I've been doing. I've got 2 major websites. They're both Moodle sites. What's great about Moodle, and that's what I'm going to try to explain now, is that it allows you to do all of that. And if you don't know what I mean by all of that, let me go back to this one. Okay, this is all of that. On Moodle, I can relax because I've got my legs up while I'm on Moodle. And I can do all of these things. I can connect with my students. They can connect with each other. We can all connect with the content. They can engage with each other, the content, and so on. It's easy because we're all relaxed. And then we can go through the rest. So Moodle allows me to do that. I'll share the PowerPoint. We'll be able to do that, I think, later on. Okay. So these are the sites. You can look them up. If you just write Moodle for Teachers, you'll get there. Or Integrating Technology. Started integrating technology in 2006 as a professional development website for teachers so I can train them. In those days it was free, but I'll get to what has happened since then. So Moodle for Teachers, if you look it up, just write the link in the chat box when you find it for others so they can get it. So what is Moodle? You know, it's a really weird name, right? But it rhymes with Google, and it came before Google. So Moodle is a learning management system, but it's also a course management system. I sometimes think that it's more of a course management system because it's ridiculous to call something a learning management. You don't manage your learning, you manage information. Okay, learning is another thing. Your brain manages learning. There's no program that can do it. And who wants? This is part of the Moodle MOOC 7. I also use WizIQ in the Moodle. In other words, WizIQ is integrated in the Moodle. Everything takes place in the Moodle. Moodle is password protected, which means that even young learners are protected. I can create their accounts, their teachers, and we can communicate. It's completely safe. And that's very, very important when we're talking about, am I too loud? I could be loud. Let me know. Oh, no, I'm okay? All right, because I'm looking at the volume and it's not red, so I presume it's okay. All right. This is an example of a Moodle training course. I give 3 Moodle training courses for free every year. 2 Moodle MOOCs. One takes place in November for a whole month, and one takes place in May. And there's also one coming up now. If you missed the November one, there's one coming up. It's part of the EVO. It's called Moodle for Teachers. Everybody know what EVO is, don't you? EVO 16. I think it's going to be accepted, right, Vance? We've been doing it for about 4 or 5 years now. Electronic Village Online. Very good, Sabrina. That's right. So Moodle for Teachers, it's a 5-week session. It's not called a course, but it's like a course. It's called a session. And you can see that these are the tabs. That's the layout of the Moodle training. Moodle's very organized. Everything is tracked. So what does Moodle do for me and for the students, the participants, depending on their ages, of course, whether they're students or participants, learners, but we're all learners. Teachers are definitely learning on Moodle. It's not just the participants who are learning or the members of the course. So Moodle allows learners, all of us, teachers, and to do the following. It allows us to read. You can read. You can actually read online. Now, you could read by going through pages because Moodle has something called a book where you can add the content, like a book. table of contents, pages, and so on. So you can actually create a book for your students, or, which is great about Moodle, whatever a teacher can do, students can also do. So you can give students rights, or maybe not all the students, certain students, you can give them rights to control a discussion forum or to write a book in teams. So learning is actually learning together because students have a voice. It's not just a teacher talking and students, sitting there like we are right now. So Moodle is not like this at all, okay? And even here, even if, the presenter asks a question, it's still, one to many instead of many to one. He's not learning from anyone here unless he's learning from their, faces, their body language. He's getting information. Of course, you're learning all the time. But I'm wondering what he's learning and what they're learning and what the interaction is really doing. So you can have this on Moodle too. In other words, you can have information where one is giving the information, everybody else is paying attention to the information. And okay, the question is, what are they going to do after? Okay, well, what are they going to do after? You get all this information, okay, great. Like today, okay, you're getting a lot of information. Yesterday, you got a lot of it. What are you going to do with this information? Well, maybe I'm moving around too much. I tend to do that. If just let me know if it sounds, because I shouldn't move. Okay, what are you going to do with the information? Think about it. And your students. Are you going to take tests? Are you going to give your students tests? Is that what they're going to do with the information? Is this meaningful? What will they do with the information after they take the test? Why are we testing anyway? Okay. What Moodle offers is a chance to get your hands dirty. You have to do something, okay? But you have to not only dig, you have to create something. And here you can see them collaborating. You can do this on Moodle. You can also read together on Moodle. Maybe not at the same time, but you're all in the same space. So this is something that you can do. I'm hungry too, Vance, so keep something for me for later. Okay, so you can be reading together in the same space. But this is not what happens on Moodle. It's not a computer room. In a computer room, you're all boxed and nobody has any communication. There's no communication between anyone here. They're getting the information from the computer, but they're not communicating with one another, which is something that could happen on Moodle, but it doesn't have to be that way. Okay, it could be like this, but then someone's left out. We can add him to the group because Moodle has groups. And you can be using Moodle on your laptop, on your personal devices, on your phones, your smartphones. And here's another way. You can also relax. Notice their legs are not up. They're not doing the power pose, but they're in pairs. And that's what Moodle also allows you to do, as I said. You can group the whole class. What is wrong with this and what is right with this? Well, what's wrong with it is that they're not communicating. What's right with this is that they're accessing information, or they're playing games, which is a way to also gather information. The question is, what are they going to do with it? Okay, what? Here's another place where you can study, get together, and no one's using Moodle here, okay? So this is a face-to-face, and you can see that they're enjoying the conversations maybe more than the actual work. And this does not happen on Moodle. It doesn't have to happen. So what does Moodle have? Well, first thing that Moodle has is it has a rich editor. This is an editor, not the kind of editor that you think of when you think of publishers, but this is called an editor. And you can see that it has smileys, images, videos, you can add files. But what's nice here are these things. Any ideas what this is? What is that? Anyone? Anyone? Very easy. It's just an icon. Just write it in the chat box so I know somebody is responding, because for some reason I'm not seeing anything in the chat. The relax. Well, it's not that kind of relax. It's the kind of relax that makes you want to do something after it, because you're so. It's a different kind of relax. It's not a relax, let's go to sleep. It's a relax for action. It's a power pose. I can't catch some of your words as you are a bit muffled. Okay, so let's see what I can do about being muffled. Let me refresh. Okay, I just refreshed. Let me know if it's any better, if the sound is better, or I can, is it? Just let me know in the chat box. Just be honest. If it's not, then just say no. It's good. It's good. Okay. Right. So what are the question marks? Oh, you can't see the slides. Oh my gosh. That's right. Okay. You've got a mic here and a webcam, and you can get your photo straight from the editor. In other words, you don't have to ask students, okay, go into your computer, get a photo, add your photo. No need. You can take your photo right there on Moodle, in any of the discussion forums, in any of the activities, the resources, everywhere. The editor is everywhere, and all you need to do is open it. You just need, and you can do it on your phone, because you've got a mic on your phone. You've got a webcam on your phone, and you can take your photo straight and add it in your Moodle discussion or activity. What's great about Moodle, again, is that you can sit together, like you saw the kids reading together, and watch. You can watch a movie, a video, and relax. You can also collaborate. And you'll see some of the comments when we get to the feedback. You can collaborate with your peers and do something with the information. So it's not just answering questions, but it's developing something that's meaningful. There's audio, there's video. You can work together in teams. Notice the teachers in the background. You don't need a teacher, because you're going to get ongoing support, and this is what students do. They help each other, and that's what's nice. And it's really fun to watch kids, adults, supporting one another. Sometimes it gets a bit lonely because they don't need you, and you'll find that that's difficult. For teachers who've been teaching online know that, and that's what we want. We want our students to be able to work together, but it gets lonely because we're not part of a team. We're outsiders, even though we're in, but we're not. And you have to let go. And that's not always easy for teachers, to let go and let the students do the learning. You get ongoing support on Moodle, and there are different ways of getting support. The teacher can support you. And you can add a free, and write this down. Every website should have this. If you've got a website, by the way, how many of you have websites? Thumbs down if you don't. If you've got a website, you should get it. It's completely free. They don't want money. I even offer. I said, I want to donate. They don't want money. So if you've got a blog, it works for a blog too. Tumblr, if you even have Tumblr. Tumblr is like a blog. It's completely free. You can add this to your blog. All you need is HTML, and that's it. I mean, you need to add the code. Completely free, and it's amazing. You're going to love it. If you need help, let me know, and I'll help you set it up. So you can have this, and then reward. It's not only support, they need reward. Everybody wants to be rewarded for what they do. And this is what they do to get rewarded. They play around with images, they do screen capture, they play around with slides, with MoveNote, they use their mics. In other words, they use multimedia, all these tools to create videos and presentations so they can teach each other. Because actually they're learning and they're teaching at the same time, while I stand back and admire what they're doing. These are how we motivate with the badges. This is an example of the last MOOC that was in November. There are 4 weeks. There were 4 weeks in November. And we also had one for the webinars. There were 40 webinars, and they had to reflect on 19. And this is authentic learning activities because they have to create something with what they learn. They also get a certificate. This is an example of the certificate that they get. Now, if you're interested in learning to teach online with Moodle and with a virtual class, you can rent a course for a whole year with full support so that you can learn as you teach on integrating technology. And the price is ridiculous. Sometimes I'm embarrassed to say how much, but the price is $65. It's been $65 for a while. So for $65, you can make money teaching online, and you can also use it for free. In other words, you don't have to take money. But if you want, you can also make money. This is one way you can log in, and this makes it really easy for your students. Your students can log in with their Google, with their Facebook. They don't have to remember, but if they forget, there's a place. Or with LinkedIn. They can also go in as a guest, take a look, see what's there, and then for those of you that are trying to make money, because, by the way, how many of you are trying to make money? Just so I get an idea. I didn't set up a poll, but how many of you are? I am, I can tell you that. So great, good for you. It's about time, because that's what I try to do, empower teachers so they can make money online, because that's the idea. The idea is to become independent and not to depend on the schools. And, you might get fired, the price goes down, they don't pay you, they do. I mean, why do we have to go through these hassles and be misused by somebody else when we can do it on our own? And we should, because we're great. Teachers are great. So on Moodle, the system, you don't have to do anything. It's automatic. All you need to do is set the price. Okay, this is the price for the course that I was talking about. You set the price. Here, allow PayPal enrollments. You can give it a name if you want. You can decide, if it's US dollars. By the way, what currency do you use here? If you could just add your currency in the chat box. Currency, if it's not dollars, what do you use? Mine is dollars, euro, sterling, peso. Let's see, pin. Where's pin? USD. US. Well, if you open this flap, Moodle has many languages. You don't have to teach English. You could be teaching other languages as well. So you can keep it in dollars, yes, Victor, or you can keep it in any currency that you want. You open up this flap here. I don't know why my pointer is yellow. You open up the flap and you can get whatever. Oh, Polish zloty. Great. And then you can assign the role to your students. They could be teachers, they could be students, they could be managers, whatever you decide. Managers have more rights. And then duration and so on, and then you save the changes. Notice PayPal includes MasterCard, Visa, American Express, Discover. Okay, so how many of you have PayPal? You just add that in the chat. PayPal, I love PayPal, but I hear that there other things are coming up in the world. PayPal is good. Some countries, it's not approved in some countries, as far as I know. Stripe, yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, there are a lot of new things happening. So you can do this in your courses on Moodle. Moodle is complete. It has everything you need, and it's free. Okay, unless you need hosting, and hosting costs money, which is, but if you want, you can set it up yourself, and if you need help, I'll be happy to help. This is some of the feedback that I got. I feel very comfortable during the whole course. The atmosphere was really nice. I felt supported by other participants. And I want to stress this because this is what's important, even though we like to talk, right? That was awesome. They were very open and friendly. I think that this experience made me believe that by such collaboration, we can create a friendly relationship even with the person who is thousands of kilometers away. This is from the Moodle MOOC, the Moodle training. And notice this teacher is from Lithuania. She's not a native speaker. I did not change the language. I just pasted it here. It was on a blog. They have to blog about their experience. Thanks to this course, I've learned that e-learning provides many opportunities to develop and broaden horizons. Okay. It allows to gain knowledge and share it with people all over the world. Moodle enables us to use a variety of resources and activities so that the cooperation is more comfortable and efficient. A good way of learning is learning by teaching and learning by doing. Okay, so you can see this is how you get teachers online. You show them the power pose. I'm almost finished there, Philip. Just one more here. This is another. This teacher's from Poland. I added teachers who were new because some teachers take these courses over and over because we keep changing the courses and Moodle changes. Right now it's Moodle 2.9, but we're going to have Moodle 3 very soon in 3.2 probably in May, okay, the next Moodle. Moodle connects for instructional learning, reflective practice and social collaborative learning, cultural exchange and peace, personal and professional development, community building, best practices, and challenges involved in teaching with technology, student engagement with the content peers, and so on. Moodle is a place where participants had to perform. Unlike the classroom, various tasks were encouraged to help each other and collaborate. And I think this is key. And think about the face-to-face class. What are the limitations of the face-to-face class? Instead of talking about what are the limitations of online, let's talk about the limitations of face-to-face in the classroom, physical classroom. The facilitator encouraged us to ask questions and to give the possibility for others to help, not only for course support team. Watching learners excited and helping each other is what keeps me going and what has been keeping me going for the past 20-something odd years with my online work, and for the past 38 years as an English language teacher, because that's what I started doing in the face-to-face class. My classes didn't look like a normal class, okay, my EFL classes. And again, teachers care. We are caring individuals who want to help. So why not bring your colleagues online? Get them into Moodle, into Moodle for Teachers EVO 2016, and let's learn together. Thank you. And you may take anything if you know, if you want to screen capture anything, like the thank you. A lot of people ask me, Nellie, can I take this thank you? Yes, go ahead. You can also copy the chat. Not only thank you for staying, but thank you for, you know, being here, because I think that it really does show that you care. You want to make your teaching worthy of your students, and I think that's really wonderful. And I see that Philip is not here. I'm not sure where he is. So let's go on.
Yes.
To...
Yes, I'm here, Nellie.
Oh, you are. I was going to say, well, okay,
well, yeah. So, yeah, don't worry. Jamie will be coming on soon. So Jamie, yeah, if you want to get ready, you can. Ready. So great. Has anyone any questions for? I just reading one of the comments. Has anyone got any questions for Nellie?
Thank you. Thank you, Ludmilla. Hosting. What's the question about hosting? I have my own hosting, I guess, company. So if anyone's interested in hosting their Moodle, I didn't mention that, but I have a server, and that's where I host. I don't. I used to host with other hosting companies, but I stopped because I found out that they were not very happy with the fact that Moodle has a lot of engagement, and it takes up a room. So having your own server is an option, but not necessary. So do you need training to set up a course in Moodle? No, it's very easy, Noria. Just join. And I think the best way to do it is to get your own Moodle course, get in there, say, help Nellie, I'll come and help. I think that's the best way. That's how I did it. Even though, you know, I give Moodle training courses for teachers, I think that having a course really makes it easier. Your own course. So yeah, rent a course. What kind of course? It's a course that you could actually, what is this? Oh, this is not you. Actually, let me go back here. Moodle, this one, Moodle teacher. Yeah, it's all you need to do is tell me what you would like, what course you would like, and I'll help you set it up on any topic, whatever you want to teach. It could be something different from what you do in the face-to-face class. It could be business English. I don't know. Whatever you want to teach. Let's see, something like Infusionsoft, CRM systems. I don't know, whatever you want to teach. The link, if you want to find out about the courses, this is integrating technology.org. If you go under courses, if you click on that and you go into list of courses, you can also suggest a course. If there's a course that you don't see here that you would like, you know, to take, you can suggest a course and I can find someone, or I can teach it myself, if it's something that I'm an expert in. But if you're interested in Moodle, if you go there, you'll see Moodle training. Under Moodle training, there are various levels. There's Moodle training for teachers, which is really cheap. I think it's $26 or something. And you not only learn about Moodle, you practice as a teacher and as an administrator of a Moodle course. Because what happens when you have your own course, you become the manager. Now that sounds maybe a bit much, but you have full control of your course, which you don't normally have at a university if you're using a Moodle. They don't give you manager rights. They give you teacher rights, which is nice, but not enough. So there's the link to rent a Moodle course. Google may offer free hosting, but not for, Troy, not for Moodle. Sorry, Google, yes, but not for Moodle. Moodle requires PHP, MySQL. It requires other things that Moodle does not have. Google, sorry, that Google does not have. But the idea is to get teachers out there, to get teachers teaching. You know, if enough of us teach online, maybe we'll be able to, you know, leave our day jobs, and then they'll start being serious, and then, you know, pay us more. Maybe, I don't know. We've got to do something. There's, you know, the situation for teachers is not that great. So we need to empower ourselves and become independent. That's my take. Any other questions? Yes, Carmen. I see Carmen's here. Hi, Carmen. And Sabrina. Yeah. The world can't go on without teachers. Okay, they need us. And we'll be talking more about that, Rob and I, very soon. Travel programs? Teach for free travel. No, but sounds interesting, Troy. Maybe you can share. Look it up. I don't know anything about it. You mean to China, maybe? Maybe the Chinese are... Yes, Steve, that's right. There are teachers who are earning very well at school. But are you happy at school? I know I was earning I mean, you know, school's great, making a lot of money, but, you know, is this what you want to do? Work for a school with all their, you know, I mean, I can give you a list of things that I have gone through in school that I'd rather not mention. I mean, kids are great, students are great, but the administration and what we have to go through, and the paperwork, and the exams, and, you know, a lot of work, or if you take the number of hours that you work and so on. Exactly, Rafaela, exactly. We do. We deserve a lot more because we put up, I mean, my husband goes to work, he comes back, and he's finished. He can read a book, he can do this, he can cook, he can do whatever he wants. I can't. I mean, it never ends. You know, we're always checking papers, writing exams, speaking to parents, or speaking to other teachers, or having meetings, and, you know, our time is not our own. Exactly, that's right. They take the money, exactly. What would they do without us? That's a good question, Jose. I think Moodle will help because Moodle is very, very appealing and students love it. Participants really love it because it's so engaging. Oh, Angie. Well, you were smarter than I was, or I am. It took me a long time to realize that I was in the wrong place. Exactly, that's right, Louise. Great comments. Well, stay tuned. we've got some plans for everyone who'd like something better. Yeah, so, we're brewing something up. Yep.
So Nelly, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. And yeah, it's great as usual. And oh, Rob. Oh, sorry, Rob.
Oh, there, Rob is here. Good, good. I was looking for you. Yes, Rob. But we don't hear you. No, we don't hear you. What happened? I can read your lips because I know what you. But the audio is not coming through. Check with IQ because sometimes it drops. Oh, you forgot to plug it in, eh? Revolution, exactly, Carmen. Exactly, that's what we're doing. We're planning a revolution. That's right, that's the word. We're going to do something, and we're going to do it peacefully and very practically. Okay, great, Carmen. We'll keep you in. That's right. Okay, so Rob's trying to fix his, so stay tuned. You'll hear about it on Facebook, Twitter, and so on. Of course, peacefully, Sabrina. We're peaceful. I mean, that's what it's all about. Teachers are caring individuals. Thank you. All right, so are we ready for the next show?
Yes, we're ready. Jamie's waiting in the wings there
for
us
great. So let's
to start. So great. Thanks again, Nelly. And how can people get in contact with you?
Just Google my name. Way?
Yeah, you're everywhere, as you said.
No, it's just that. The best place actually is Twitter, either Facebook, but
okay.
But I've reached 5,000, so you can't become a friend. Sorry, but you can try Twitter. Twitter.com. Nelly Muller. Muller is my maiden name. I went from Muller to Deutsch. There, you can tweet me.
Okay. Okay, good. And thank you for all your help again.
My pleasure.
I don't know what we do or what I do without you. So
good to hear.
It's been fantastic.
I'm glad. Yeah. I'm off.
And yeah, great. So I just make a few announcements before Jamie comes on. Is Jamie there? Just before she's coming on. Yeah, Jamie, I'm here. Okay. Yeah, so if people want to contact me, I suppose you can contact me at Philip at eflmagazine.com. So contact me there. Any suggestions or issues, please get in contact, or I'm on Facebook as well. I'm the only Philip found in Tokyo, so you should be able to find me, or you can get me on Twitter, EFL Magazine, and oh, Jamie. Good evening. How are you? Yes. The wonders. Oh, don't worry. I don't work till late on Mondays anyway. Coffee. Yeah. Oh, that would be good. 2 o'clock in the morning for coffee, though. I won't be able to sleep. And yeah, perfect. You look great. Yeah. Yeah. Great. So finally, so there's a bit of a delay there, but how is WizIQ working for you? Good. And just tell me, Jamie, how did you get started teaching online? What's your background? That's very, very encouraging. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people will be delighted to hear that. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. And Rob. Great. I hope so. I've been really waiting, looking forward to this. I actually had a sneak preview of some of your slides there, so I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah, I do all that. I get to see all the articles first on the magazine as well, so you know I have a little sneak preview there. Yeah. Uh, Yeah, sure. Just one more question, Jamie. I just want to ask you a little bit about you sell programs as well. Is that right? Not just teach. Yeah. Good. Okay, so I'm really looking forward to it, Jamie. Break a leg, and I'll talk to you on the other side.
All right, great. Thank you. Okay, yeah. So what we're going to talk about, like the slide said, is just setting up the ideal home office to teach ESL online, even if you're in small spaces. And this is something that I think a lot of teachers deal with because if you're like me, you start teaching online and it's probably a sort of a hobby. So the idea of having a dedicated room that's like your home office probably doesn't really happen. And so knowing what you can do, even if you're in one room or if you've got a very small area where you're working and living, these are going to be some tips that are going to help you look professional, be taken seriously, and therefore have more of an impact with the students that you're working with. So I think actually anybody who's freelancing in ESL, even if you were a teacher trainer or something else, you'd be able to benefit from these things because a lot of us now, like everybody who's here, is participating in some kind of video-based webinar or communicating through video conferencing software. And so these tips that I'm giving you will help make sure that you just look really good no matter what you're doing. And before we start, I just want to tell you a little bit about my story. I mentioned this before, but I do teach online full-time. On average, I teach about 18 student lesson hours a week of online lessons. And then between the teacher training programs that I have, it's like another 3 hours a week. So I spend a lot of time in front of my computer doing this sort of video conferencing thing now and teaching this way. And in the last year, I have been in 5 cities and working and traveling and living in 5 cities. Actually, 1 year ago today, I was packing up my apartment in Istanbul, Turkey. And after that, I moved back to California temporarily. I spent some time near New York on the East Coast in America. Then I was out in London. I was doing some conferences in Manchester and in Barcelona this last year. So I've been in a lot of different places, and what's interesting about that is you would think that with all of that traveling and all of that time moving around and relocating, my income would be affected by that, and I wouldn't be able to earn money in the same way, which would be true if I was teaching at a normal school. But the fact is, I'm actually earning more this year than I earned last year staying in one place. So it really is important to think about how you can maintain the appearance of being very professional when you're working online, because it totally works. I mean, I know from experience that this is absolutely something to take really seriously. So the purpose of what we're going to talk about today, and what I want you guys to get out of this, is to make sure that you appear as professional as possible when you teach, or if you meet with potential learners. Because anytime that you have a quick conversation with a potential student, it's like a job interview. It's a first impression. And so you want to make yourself seem as trustworthy, experienced, and professional as possible. And how you look on camera, if you're in video interviews, is a really, really big factor of that. Okay, why does professionalism matter? Kind of a silly question, right? But I mean, let's just be clear. I mean, you want to be seen as a credible teacher. If you seem credible, people follow your recommendations. If you don't seem credible, they don't follow your recommendations. But if they listen to your advice, if they take your study package, if they do what you're suggesting, you're going to earn more money. And then those students will be successful. They'll refer you to their friends, they'll send more people to you, and then, you know, without spending a whole lot of money on advertising, you can just develop a really good word of mouth referral-based business model, which is basically what I've done. So, you know, reputation is everything. How you appear to people, how authentic and professional you are, it's really, really important. And that's what I want to share with you today. Okay, so when you're teaching online, there are some concerns that you want to be paying attention to. Now, the first thing that is really huge for ELT, ESL teachers, anybody who's doing something like this where they're presenting or giving information, is your voice. Because you know that for non-native speakers of any language, hearing a speaker in the second language is really frustrating. I mean, I know for myself that when I was living in Turkey, I really struggled to understand Turkish speakers for a very long time. So little things that we as native speakers or very advanced speakers of English are comfortable with is, you know, hearing people when they don't sound so clear. We can deal with that, but for a lot of our learners, it's really uncomfortable. And this is my primary concern. It's one of the things that I'm the most focused about, is how do I make sure that my voice sounds really clear? So that is something that you want to prioritize, because it shouldn't be the last thing that you think about. It shouldn't be something that you're like, well, my microphone's good enough. You know, if you're teaching online and you want people to pay you for the services, that professionalism of having a really good microphone is so important. So I'm recommending that you make a wise low-end investment, which is in getting a microphone that's super high quality. How do you guys like my voice, by the way? Can you hear me pretty clearly? Somebody tell me how my voice sounds. Excellent, love it. Okay, getting thumbs up, right? So it sounds clear, right? And better. Okay, so yeah, so there's a difference, right? And the reason that this sounds so good is that I'm using the microphone that I'm showing you right now. So that's a Blue Yeti USB microphone. I am using exactly what I'm showing on the slides over here. So that microphone is not cheap, but I also earn all of my income from teaching online. So for me, this is not a, well, I don't know if I should pay that. Like, is this really the right thing to spend money on? Like, absolutely. Because I do speaking lessons online. I do fluency focused exam preparation and accent reduction. If my students cannot hear my voice clearly, why should they even pay me? I mean, seriously. So, you know, the microphone that I use is really, really important. And I can see we're going to get a whole lot of debate about what the best microphone is. You don't have to get the Blue Yeti. You could get something else. But my point is, take it seriously, you know, and this thing, like this area about making sure that your voice comes through clearly, this is not an area to try to save a lot of money in. There are other things that you can do when you're teaching online where it's okay to, you know, make the cheaper investment, but I do not recommend it for this. And when I travel and take this, I mean, because this is a big microphone, I'm actually, I don't know if you guys can see it, but I'm holding it up here. See? It's like as big as my head. It's a really big microphone, okay? But I have to take care of it when I travel, so I'm really careful. Like when I go through the airport, I pack it really carefully and I take it in my hand luggage, but it's worth it. It's worth it because this is the primary way that I make money. It's about, you know, sharing the information that I know. So that's my first thing to suggest. Another wise low-end investment are earbuds. So you notice that if you can see here, I've got mine in. And the reason that I have that is that it totally eliminates echo feedback. So sometimes when you're listening to somebody who's talking in a webinar or, you know, on Skype or something, there's this sort of loop where you hear their voice a couple of times. And that's because your computer or their computer, it can be different who's causing the problem, but the computers are confused about what sound to broadcast and what sound to leave in the room with one of the people. So you want to have earbuds. It helps simplify the audio equation and it makes sure that your students can hear you better. And yeah, and then you can also hear your students' voices a lot more clearly. So again, don't not get earbuds. That's just like a basic gotta have them kind of thing. All right, okay. The second concern, and what's also really important, is your lighting. Now my video is really small here. I know that it's kind of hard to see me right now. I don't know if it's possible to actually change this so that people can get a better look. Like, is there any way that we can increase my, no, Nellie's saying no, not right now. All right, okay, well, so you guys are just gonna have to look like really tiny. I'm over here. But today I've taken a lot of care for you in lighting my space so that you can see my face really clearly. Because again, being seen by your student is really important. Now, this is something that when we go into a classroom, we never have to think about this normally because the sun is there or there's, you know, lighting sources and students' eyes work perfectly, much better than your webcam. So they're able to see you without a problem. But when you are teaching online and your image is coming through the webcam, you have to take control of the lighting situation because if you don't, you can look really dark, very unfriendly, very unapproachable, and it can create a kind of unconscious reaction for your students. So hang on, let me back it up. So one of the things here, I picked this picture of this woman because do you notice how she's sitting in front of a window? This is one of the best ways that you can get good lighting. Sit in front of a window, face the window, do not put your back to the window because it creates this terrible silhouette and people can't see you clearly. So if you ever have the choice of setting up a desk or organizing a little table in whatever room that you're teaching in so that you're looking towards the window and you're getting really good full lighting coming through from the sun on your face, that's perfect. Yeah, what Peter's saying, never ever have a window behind you. It's really true. Yeah, it's really true. You don't want to do it that way. Frank, we'll talk about the background in a second. Yeah. The other thing is if you use the window lighting, which is the best, it's very nice, it can be really bright. Webcams are actually used to everybody having terrible lighting, so they're really sensitive, especially the cheap ones. So you may find that you need to pull a curtain across the window or use these like sheer curtains to help block the light a little bit, because otherwise what happens is that you get overexposed and you get really washed out from the sunlight. So you've got to play with it, find the balance in there, but the light source that you use is a really essential thing. But the wise low-end investment that I would recommend, and what I am using right now, which you can't see so well because it's such a tiny little picture, but I use the Logitech Carl Zeiss C920. And for big screen webinars that I do or my video lessons, I come through in HD, and it's really crisp. It's really good. And the color on this is really nice. And there's a huge difference between my built-in webcam on my laptop, it's not very good, and this one. So I plug this in, and that's how I connect with my students. So get a really good webcam. Again, that's definitely worth investing in. For me, it's not a place that I'm gonna like try to save money. I think for me personally, it's a huge priority. It's a huge priority to look good, because when you go into a classroom, you're not pixelated. You're not grainy. You look clear, and there's a reason. Like, this is one of the reasons why students say that they prefer face-to-face lessons. It's because most of the teachers who like maybe go online, they're not thinking about investing in these things, or they wait to do that. And so when the students meet the teachers, they look not like they do in real life, and it's not friendly, it's not approachable, and it makes it really, really hard to have a good, genuine human connection with someone when you don't look like yourself. So a good webcam helps digital you look just as good as real you. The other wise low-end investments that you would want to make is for lighting. Now, you don't have to buy fancy photography lighting for this. The minimum that you need is like 2 smaller lights for your face, and if you don't have a window, you can shine those towards your face. And then a floor lamp is also really important. So you'll see here that we've got 3. I'm recommending 3 lights, like a minimum. It depends. If you don't have sunlight, if you don't have a window, then you need to have at least 3 lighting sources. Right now, I've actually got 5 light bulbs turned on for what you're seeing now. And it's daylight, but I've pulled the shade down on the window. So it's hard to have too many. I mean, depending on what room you're in, depending on how big it is, you may need more or less lighting to get the right effect, but it is really important. Frank, I don't transport them. I use what I have. So, I mean, a lot of times, like if you're renting at Airbnb or something, you can kind of move the lights that might be in the different rooms, pull the lights all together into one room, borrow them from another room of the house or the apartment where you're staying. That's what I've done. Because it's not always realistic to transport lights, but the fact is you can often repurpose whatever lights you've got, if you've got a floor lamp or something like that. So Peter, we do use LED lights. Yeah, they are really good. Yeah, and so that's a great choice also. And there are some little portable ones that you can get. I mean, I wanted to keep it really like a low-end investment. And the fact is that you can hack a lot of these things and just use, stuff that you find lying around your house. One thing that's important to me personally is that I think that the color of the light is a really important thing. I don't like blue light or the cool daylight light. Like when I was in Turkey, I had a really hard time finding fluorescent lights that had a warm yellow glow to them. It was like everybody was selling these blue, like cool daylight. And I was like, I don't want cool daylight. It reminds me, on a webcam, it looks like the blue tinge that's like a horror movie where everybody looks a little bit sick. It may look okay in a room, but when you are filming that on webcam, it doesn't look very good. So I prefer a warmth that comes from, I'm not saying yellow, but like a daylight sort of color that's more like the sun. Like the sun can have a very warm light to it. So anyway, just, pay attention to things like that. Think about those little details of what color the light is. Because if you're sensitive to stuff like that, like I am, if you don't want to look like you're in a horror movie, which I know I'm being kind of harsh, but I mean, that's really what I think though, is that blue, cool tones don't portray the same friendliness and warmth that warm, like in terms of physics, like warm light waves send a better message. Yeah, some people are saying like sickly. So I wouldn't say red. No, I'm not going to go with a red light. I would personally, I'm not going to pick red. Anyway, but yeah, so think about the lighting because this makes a really big difference. Okay, next concern is your composition. So this is really, really important, and it's not something that we usually think about, but it definitely makes a big difference. So Frank, here I am coming to your question about the background, right? So what are you gonna do? All right, now here I'm showing you a picture of myself, right? And I'm gonna ask you, what do you think is wrong with trying to teach people in that area with that background? My plant hair, come on, I love my plant hair. Yeah, horrible, distracting TV. Yeah, that's the Terminator back there. Yeah, and the plant is growing out of my head. Yeah, all kinds of problems. Yeah, it's very distracting, you know, and you think about the light sources, it's also just, it's really distracting and dark. Yeah, there's like 10 million problems with that photo. Yeah. Okay, so here I said the problem is the background is really distracting. The other thing, and this is important to think about, anyone could walk through there. So if you've got pets and they're like running around in the background, or if you're sharing a living space with other people, they could walk through there. If you think about trying to have a focused session with a learner where you're directing their attention to something, but they can also see you, which is a good thing because they can see you in real life. So they should be able to see you in a digital lesson too. There's a big opportunity for distractions to happen in the background. So this kind of environment is really risky. So don't do it. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be in a situation where you're like next to the wall and people can see everything in the background and anybody could walk through there because you don't have any control, especially if you are living and working in a very small space or you're in, you know, group housing or something like that. Okay, problem with composition number 2. What about this one? Anybody got any ideas about what's wrong with this composition? And feel free to, yeah, Nostradamus. Yeah, I know, right? Isn't that awkward? Yeah, the angle's really, really awkward. It's so weird. Yeah, and I don't look happy. I mean, because when you're looking up, like physically, I know it's a good thing. I cleaned my nose before I did that, but this is the thing. You don't want anybody to have that view of you. Okay, so the problem here is my laptop and my computer is on a desk and the camera is too low. So you can see up my nose and I'm literally looking down at you. But a lot of people do this when they've got their tiny, tiny little netbook or their little laptop computer. They put it on a low surface and the camera is like pointed up at them. And then we've got a really unnatural view of that person's face. And here, I don't seem approachable. I am not in a photo booth. Yeah, but people do it. Yeah, they do this kind of thing. So you don't want to do that. I mean, this is a bad situation to have with composition, looking up at someone. All right, now there's another thing that happens with people too, though, which is that they sometimes have a computer screen and then they put their webcam like really high, like way up, like on the top of a mountain, and now it's angled and looking down at them. Okay, how do I seem in this image? What's wrong with this composition? Again, pick it apart. Okay, it's dark. They can see our bald spots. True, yeah. So here, yeah, you're looking down at me. So it doesn't matter how happy I am or how engaged I am with my student when I'm looking at the screen. When the webcam is at this angle, like up, and it's higher than my head, and it's pointed down at me, these things that people are saying where I look disinterested or I look sad, I'm pretty much always going to look that way when you've got that kind of camera angle. So again, you can change people's perceptions of you based on where you put the webcam. So it's problematic to have it much higher than where we look on our computer screens, because we seem small and nervous, sad, you know, all these things. So we want a balance, right? We really want balance. And you can see here in this picture that I took, or now if you can check out my teeny tiny little video over here, I'm looking at you straight on. Okay, so this is now what my face actually looks like. So if I smile, or if I'm, you know, have a neutral expression, it doesn't get misinterpreted as something else. And this is really important with our learners. You know, it's like a lot of communication is through facial expression. So the height of your camera, the way that you appear on video, it is absolutely certain that that influences how your learners perceive you when they're in an online lesson with you. So here I've got no problem. And this is because I've lifted my computer with a 4-inch tall cardboard box and a few books. So now you see me like I look like in real life. And as I'm talking to you now, it's the same thing. My webcam is at almost at eye level with where I am. So I'm not looking up, I'm not looking down. It's just kind of like normal eye level. Eye level is good. And now just to demonstrate in terms of my wise low-end investment, I don't know that you guys can see it because it's small. Do you see that I'm holding up a box? I've got my box. Yep. My box. Okay, yeah. This is what I put underneath my computer, basically. I just got a box. It was like a normal packaging box that I ordered something off the internet, and it came in it, and I found this box and I was like, that's the perfect height. This box plus like an agenda, or, you know, like a box of cereal, I'm really not kidding, you can lift up your computer a few inches, and depending on how tall you are, you may need a little bit more or a little bit less, but you've probably got the cardboard boxes or the cereal boxes or the books or whatever you need in your house to just kind of lift it up and lower it. I'm answering a question here. You do not need a special model box for this. Any model box will do. Any cardboard box is good. Even cereal boxes can work if they are sturdy enough, or if they are full of stale Cheerios, then they're even more sturdy. You know, so anything like that is going to be fine, but you do want to think about this. What height is your computer at? So the wise low-end investment that I recommend, this is to answer Frank's question from before about what do you do about a background? Pick a wall. That is the best thing that you can do. Like right now, I've got a wall behind me, and that way, if anybody walks by or comes into the room, you don't get distracted, and my students don't get distracted. So that's a great place to go. All right, another wise low-end investment, if you can't organize your room in another place, if the wall is not an option, your home office or your desk might already be in one place, another great thing to think about is to get a folding screen and to put that behind you. Alternatively, you might get a fold-up background. These often get into like you can fold it up almost like a taco. It kind of rolls, and then you can fit it into a suitcase. So you'd have to do some research to find the perfect one that's going to fit in your piece of luggage if you're traveling around a lot. But this is a really good way to have a portable background that's always going to work. A white sheet will also work. You can definitely do things like that. Yeah, I mean, backgrounds that have things in them are also not a problem. So if you've got books and other things that make you look like an authority, that is a fantastic idea. Obviously, it's great to put things like that in there, but you just want to make sure that you've got that balance where there's not going to be a lot of distraction and people aren't going to be, you know, in the way. So yeah, you could also use a portable whiteboard. Portable whiteboard would work. It's going to be tricky with the lighting, Nuria, because when you've got a lot of the lights on, there can be reflections. Yeah, Rob is saying that whiteboards shine, and that is part of the issue with that. So like a fabric that's non-reflective and non-shiny would probably be a better thing to go with, like maybe some cotton that you can stretch and iron. That would be another thing that would pack really easily. So if you are traveling on the road and you need to bring it with you, you could do it like that. But there's so many ways that you can do this. without spending a lot of money. But it is really important to be thinking about because it absolutely makes a difference. Really, really makes a big difference. So don't overlook that. Okay, concern number 4. This is also essential and not something that you can neglect, is your internet connection. Because if you're teaching online and the internet goes out, you're screwed. True. So being sure that you've got a really good internet connection is essential. Everywhere that I go, when I am relocating or checking on whether or not I can live somewhere, this is actually one of the first questions that I make sure about. What is the internet connection like? Because Wi-Fi does not work for online lessons. I have got a Ethernet cable that I plug into my computer, and I always have an Ethernet cable plugged into my computer. I have one plugged in right now. And it's really important to make sure that you've got that because, again, all of your professionalism, all of your knowledge, everything is going through that tiny little cable. It's your lifeline. So you want to make sure that you spend the money on that and don't use Wi-Fi. Just don't use Wi-Fi because we've seen, like, with sometimes, you know, if you've been having Skype calls with friends, it can cut out or the quality of the video gets really messed up because of that. So you want to, you know, get the Ethernet cable. Make sure to spend the money on that. And the other thing about that goes with it is to get the fastest internet package. When I was living in Turkey, I spent crazy amounts of money on my internet package. Like, people couldn't believe, you know, compared to the normal cost of the internet, they were like, oh my gosh, you're really spending like that much money every month on your internet connection? And I was like, yeah, because it's the only way that I'm earning money. Like, you know, if I need to have 18 hours of lessons a week, I need to be sure that I've got really high speed internet. So pay the extra money for it, because if you have a problem with your internet connection, your students can't study, and then you have to cancel, and then that means that you're losing money because you're rescheduling lessons, you're trying to fit them in somewhere else, and you don't look professional. So again, this question is not something to wonder about. Like, should I spend the extra money on a faster internet package? Yeah, you should. You definitely should. All right. I think I'm getting to the end of this. I'm going to take some questions. If anybody else has them, you can start writing some questions down here. But if you want to check out my blog, that would be fantastic. You can get me at teach.englishsuccessacademy.com. And I've got some things on there about upcoming speaking opportunities that I've got. I've just published another article yesterday. Can I type this? Oh yeah, why don't I type it? That would be really good. Let's just do that. Hear me typing? Okay. Oh yeah, there we go. That's it. Got a double link. So you guys can go check that out. I have got a way that you can sign up and subscribe. You can go get that, and you'll be able to follow, and there are notifications when I post a new article or something like that. And I do have, you know, training programs as well that I do with teachers about helping them get set up so that they're actually making a living earning money online, because it's not just, you know, any one piece. It's really a big thing that's got to come together. So if you guys have got any questions, yeah, okay. Jose is asking, I'd like to ask how you've built your site on your own or with some other people, because the thing that I have found is that online teaching can be very lonely since you don't have any colleagues, etc. Okay, yeah. It's true. Well, wait, so you're asking like a few questions in there. I think, Jose, okay, I'm going to answer the first one about how I've built my site. So if you go to another website, which is for my students, and I'm going to just give you a link here. So it's this link, http://otw.englishsuccessacademy.com. That is the website where my students go. So I don't use Moodle. I have built my own website with WordPress, and I have now at this point, like, because things have grown, I have a team that helps me do that. So back in the beginning, I did a lot of these things by myself, and it was, you know, just like a homemade job, and it worked. It totally worked. It's how I got started. I just did it by myself. So I built a little website, not with Moodle, but something else. And that's what I do. And now over time, it's grown. I've got a lot more students who are studying with it, and I've invested in it properly because, like I said, it's my primary source of income. So I take it seriously, and we make sure that it works so that students in any country can easily watch the videos and stuff like that. So I built that, yeah, so that's how I do it. Okay, another question. Let's see if I can find something else. There was a question. Wait, where did it go? Do I have a virtual assistant? I do, yeah, because a lot of the students who are coming and asking questions about TOEFL IBT and studying online, at this point, I can't handle answering all of those by myself. So I do have a virtual assistant now, but for a long time, I did everything by myself. So yeah. Okay, Maru, if you're having trouble seeing the other link, I suggest that you scroll up in the chat box so that you can see stuff. Yeah. Okay, so there's that. Any other questions? Wait, what was something else? I see a couple people are typing. Type. What have we got? Okay. Yeah, I'll come and say hello in Birmingham. Yeah, I'm going to be presenting there at the IATEFL conference about how to fix fossilized errors. So yeah, if any of you guys are going to be there, it'd be really fun to meet up. Okay, Jose is asking another question. Do you think it's better to start on your own or wait until you can join somebody? Jose, do you mean like to start your own website or? Well, I think it depends on what your goals are. I mean, for me, when I started teaching online, I wanted to earn money and I wanted a safe alternative that was going to give me portability, the ability to work anywhere and still have my students. So I didn't want to wait for anyone for that. I did all the work by myself in the beginning, and 5 years later, I can say that every minute of that has absolutely been the best investment of my life. Like, I mean, I gave myself such a gift by creating an online earning platform, and it's not something that everybody wants to spend their time doing, but for me, I have always been very connected to my reason for doing it, my outcome for spending that much time and energy creating it. And I mean, truthfully, yeah, there are times that it has been lonely, but I've also developed a really great like online student community. And this environment now isn't how my normal lessons are. I mean, I'm in Skype with my students, their pictures are really big, my videos are really big, we're talking to each other. It's not a one-way form of communication. I personally find this kind of lecture talking where like you guys are just typing to me and it's hard to do it that way because it's not really true communication. So I like using things like Skype or Zoom because they let us all talk to each other and it feels a lot more collaborative than like a one-way street. So for me, I don't feel lonely at this point anymore because I've built a really amazing group of people who are around me and my student community is very vibrant. So I don't feel like sad about that. But I think if you're starting out, I mean, I do remember that, in the beginning, yeah, it's a lot of work to get there. But for me, it's been totally worth it. Okay, another question. Hang on, it is hard to scroll through this. How close do you sit from the camera? I'm about 2 feet away from the camera right now. Okay, another question. Do I use Google Hangouts for lessons? I do not use Google Hangouts for lessons. Not everybody has a Gmail account, and you have to have a Gmail or Google account to use Google Hangouts. Yeah, but you could. I really like Zoom. Zoom is the new thing that I'm using. And the reason that it's so great is that my students can record our lesson and I don't have to do anything about it. So they get a video on their computer of our session. They can watch it again later. I really love that. It's just so simple. So I definitely recommend Zoom. Zoom is my favorite, even though I was using Skype for the last few years and I still use that occasionally, but I'm coming over to Zoom. And I pay for it. Yeah, I do pay for Zoom. You have to pay. Well, Zoom has an option that can be really cheap, where you limit your meeting or your class time to 40 minutes. So you can test it out a bunch before you go. Zoom's customer support is amazing. They take really, really good care of you. So if you have any problems with anything, they are there for you. And their support and their sales team is not aggressive. So if you decide that you don't want Zoom, they're not going to call you like 25 times or like send you a million emails like, hey, are you ready for Zoom? Are you ready? Because there are some platforms out there that don't let you go. Troy, I don't know the URL for Zoom. Just Google it, I would say. There was another question that I think I missed. Yeah. Okay. Sun is asking, what are the most suitable ages to begin with in teaching online? I think it should be whoever you like teaching. Teaching online obviously has a learning curve. There are things that you've got to learn how to do that real you in a classroom would handle the situation in a certain way. Maybe you would write on a board, maybe you would open a book, do things like that. When you're doing things in a digital environment, you have to do all of those same things, but it has to be translated into technology. And you can do that. And the longer you do it, the more you practice, the easier it gets. So it's absolutely possible, but it may feel tricky in the beginning. So I've always preferred in real life and in my online lessons, I've always preferred to teach adults. And so when I teach online, I find it easier to teach adults. In real life, I found young learners, like kids who were like, 6 years old or 9 years old, they always challenged me. Even when I was sitting in a room with them and we were both looking at the same workbook or doing their homework together, I found that really difficult. And back in 2011, I did experiment a little bit with teaching young learners online. And I was just like, no, this is not for me, because in real life, it's really hard for me to do that. So in technology, it gets even harder. And it's just not my area of specialism. It's not what I enjoy doing. I'm not particularly good at working with young learners. But I think that, can kids learn online? Absolutely they can. So I would say, if you want to teach a certain age group online, do it. But you're going to need to develop resources and materials that are about that thing. So you should stick to it. So if you want to do young learners, if you want to teach kids online, there's nothing to stop you from doing that. You just need to get some materials and stuff that you can do with them. And then just, get comfortable with all of that, because, it's going to take some time to get with it. Okay, another question. Do I use a pro calendar to set appointments? I do. I use Acuity Scheduling. That is my favorite. So if you just Google Acuity Scheduling, you will be able to find, again, it's a program that you pay for, but it also saves a lot of time and money every month, because I don't have to think about my schedule. Because yeah, with time zone conversion and all of those things, it is really, really hard to do all of that. And I don't like paying attention to those things. So I delegate that to a computer program. Okay, next question. How often do I miss lessons because of technical problems? I don't miss any lessons because of technical problems, because, like I said, I've invested in really good internet connection. I have a good computer that isn't dying. It doesn't give me a blue screen. Like, I've invested the money to make sure that I am always ready to teach. The only thing that stops me is if the internet actually turns off or if the electricity goes out. But like, even when I was living in Istanbul, I was paying for a really good internet package, and when the electricity would go out, which sometimes it did, I would just go to like an internet cafe or somewhere nearby as a backup, because I was always ready. Like, my priority was this is my main way to earn money, and I'm not going to make excuses about it. I'll find a way to be ready. So I think a lot of it is just your mentality. My students do sometimes have problems with technical things, and sometimes we need to postpone or cancel lessons because like Wi-Fi is actually the biggest problem. Like so many people try to use Wi-Fi, and just last week, like one of the ladies that I started working with had Wi-Fi and she couldn't hear me. It was like I was doing screen sharing, I was trying to show her some stuff like slides, and it kept like making her computer shut down, you know, because the internet was so weak. So we paused the lesson, she went and she bought an Ethernet cable, and a few days later, after she had the Ethernet cable, we came back and had our lesson and we finished it, and there were 0 problems. So a lot of the time, the technical issues are actually pretty simple to fix. And so if you have a good process for checking who your students are going to be and like requiring that they have an Ethernet cable, like it's not a recommendation, it's just a requirement, you will avoid a lot of the potential conflicts that you might have. All right, let's see. Any other questions from anyone? I know I'm running out of time. I think that's it. Wow, you guys have been typing a lot. Do I usually record my lessons? I let my students record their lessons, and that's why I use Zoom, so they can go back through stuff and watch it. And that way I don't have to be involved in it, because otherwise it is really annoying to record lessons for someone and then get the file to them. It's just huge, huge files. So yeah. All right, guys, I think, oh wait, last question. Do I make my students get the same setup before I start with them? Yeah, I mean, there should be some technical requirements.
Thank you, Jamie. I feel I must get rid of this webcam now, this headset, and yeah, I mean, after this weekend, I think I just have to do things so much differently. So I've learned a lot. It's been great. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, and what's the best way? I know you can be contacted through your website, but do you have a preference for Twitter or Facebook or, yeah?
Because like you're supposed to have Twitter, but I'm still kind of trying to figure out how to use it. I don't use it that much, but you can follow me on Twitter. It's @TeachESLOnline. And there's also a contact form on my website. There's a way, like if you want to talk with me, wait, do I have the ability to do a pointer on here? Oh yeah, pointer tool. Okay, so I'm just showing you guys here on this slide. If you go to this page of my website, there's actually a button where you can schedule a time to talk with me. So we could just jump in Zoom, jump on Skype, set up a time, and we'll both be able to connect. So that's what I would suggest, is go there, actually set something up with me formally. And if you don't want to do that, there's a contact form on my website as well, so we can get in touch with each other. So yeah, I'd say go check that out. And if you've got any clear questions about, you know, what you're thinking, what you've got issues with, just let me know. Am I still here? Philip just went away. That was like really strange. Is he gone? Can you guys still hear me? All right. Okay. It's like a really strange experience of, all right, yeah, everybody's saying yes. Hi, guys. All right. Cool. Well, I think we're done. I mean, I think that that kind of concludes the official, the official summit. I wonder if Philip had some problems. So maybe since you guys can all just hear me,
there's always one of us is always, like, you know, if the internet doesn't work for one, it works for the other. So it's either Rob, Phil, or, you know, we're always here. Anyways, that was absolutely amazing. Really, really inspiring. And we really need this kind of information about lighting and everything. I mean, I'm constantly playing around with the lights, you know, like the lights, you know, and you have to be in the right room kind of thing, because I'm not. Like, you know, there's no light coming in here, and I keep trying to figure out and get my husband to see what we can do to fix. So what we need is actually the microphone. I wanted to ask you if the microphone, because we need to have headsets for these, you know, VCs. So how does it work with your, you know, the desktop, the standing microphone and the headset? Is it connected? Can you explain that? Yeah, right, that huge one. Yeah. It looks like it looks like a cannon, right? Okay. Okay. Oh, and then you just plug yourself in regularly with your headset. Wha- Right. Right, that's the only thing I would go. Are you using a Mac? What computer are you using? I hate PCs. Forget it, forget it. I don't like them. Mm. You don't have to turn it off. It's better not to. Can you give a course on this on Moodle? Give a course. Practical course. Oh yeah, you kidding? It goes on 4 different devices. Yeah, that's the theme. That's part of the theme. Of course it does. I think Moodle's absolutely fine. So you can use it on your. It works nicely on. It fits into your tablet or your iPad, you know, your iPhone or your Android, whatever. Or if you're using, you know, one of those. Where are you based? Why are you doing? Why are you doing Delta? What's the Delta? Delta? Why do you need Delta? That's British, isn't it? The Delta, the Delta. Oh, okay. No, but that's a reason. That's a reason to do Delta and Celta, and I only learned about this recently, so I'm not. I'm all TESOL. Yeah, there it is. Delta, Celta. Um,
yeah, I mean, I was going to say, though, that when I was doing that Delta, they were using Moodle.